could you do this when you know I'm going through this shit? Real shit, G shit, I really do this shit. I ain't about it, but you know I'm walking through this shit. Look, 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Look, 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Look, 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. Fuck, I ran, I hit the dealer. Serving Coke 45 at the bleachers. By the follow for a follow, I'm the leader. Hit the bitch, then I pass, I don't need her. But don't call Peter. Like the Griffins with the lowest with the Peter. At the posse, be smoking gasoline. I cannot fuck with these leaners. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah.
Baby, I'm calling for you, and I'm stuck in a loop. Baby, I'm calling for you, and I'm stuck in a loop. In a loop. Baby, I'm calling for you, and I'm stuck in a loop. Baby, I'm calling for you, and I'm stuck in a loop.
desire, burning like a fire. What you gonna do when it crumbles down? Won't you get higher, down to the wire? Will you let it burn till we almost drown? Higher, goodbye, honey, where do we lie? Where you're headed, am I going there too? I don't wanna ask why, wanna give this a try with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone, 'cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now, where we go, how far and how. If you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone, 'cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now, where we go, how far and how. If you wanna go, I'll follow. Have you made your mind yet? Have you got your heart set? I don't wanna jump half-hearted. Gotta get your feet wet, gotta give what you get. I don't wanna finish where we started. Like the river flowing, tell me where we're going. Take me to a place that's brand new. With every second growing, time feels like it's slowing with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. It's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. If you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone.
Wake up kicking myself, exhale cause I heard it helps, but same old way I felt, resting on my shoulders, cold night in a sleepless bed, white eyes with a glaze of red, I'm going round and round, it won't let me out.
No me quiero levantar, sigo soñando contigo en la cama. No nos vamos a engañar si entre tú y yo ya no queda nada. Nos queda luchar, saber lo que habrá después. Irme a otro lugar.
It won't let me out. See, when I swim, I'm drowning. I see, when I swim, the pressure in.
Quiero levantar, sigo soñando contigo en la cama. No nos vamos a engañar si entre tú y yo ya no queda nada. Solo nos queda luchar, saber lo que habrá después. Irme a otro lugar.
It won't let me out.
otro lugar. Firma otro lugar.
Under the vast canvas of the night sky, a passionate mortal decided to paint a celestial picture.
2019, we started Skyesports Championship 1.2. It was a small esports tournament with 3 lakhs prize pool in Chennai. And that's where our journey began.
What began as a humble step captured the hearts of millions of passionate gamers, creating a battleground where legends are born and dreams were realized.
I can tell you, for India, this is a historic moment.
Introducing the Skyesports Championship 5.0. Are you ready? Our first game title of the tournament, BGMI, featuring 12 qualified teams from the open qualifiers and 4 invited teams from previous Skyesports tournaments. Presenting the first invited team, the champions of Skyesports Skirmish Series, Big Brothers Esports. The second invited team, the runners-up of Skyesports Champion Series, Seoul Esports.
It's either Omega or Max. Dono intezar kar rahe. Finally push karenge. Omega finds the first, finds the second.
Third invited team, the champions of Skyesports Champion Series, Blind Esports.
Concentrate लिया गया था जरूर, but यहाँ देखिए एंग्री गए हैं. लीड को लेना चाहते हैं. फॉरवर्ड ये TVS के फटके.
And last but not the least, Godlike Esports are the defending returning champions of Skyesports Championship 3.0.
So individually मैं पहले खुद पे ही फोकस करता हूँ प्रॉपर ग्राइंड करने के लिए. मेरा मेन फोकस वही है कि वर्ल्ड पे जाके इंडिया के लिए ट्रॉफी लेना है.
There are other games too. Counter-Strike 2, Real Cricket 22. Can you guess the prize pool? A whopping prize pool of over 2.1 crores.
When it comes to, achieving what you aspire to be in life, there are no obstacles.
The path to pro begins now.
After 2 days of action and 12 matches done, we are still left with 3 more days of action of the semi-final. But as we all know, out of these 19 teams, only 11 will be moving forward in their journey of this tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Skyesports Championship 5.0, powered by AMD, our gaming partner Zebronics and broadcast partner Loco. Alongside me, I've got a very capable host and my co-partner, that's going to be Lucifer, joining me live on the desk to be a storyteller. So Lucifer, what do you have to say about today's start, because the yesterday's matches were literally insane?
Yesterday, I think a lot of new teams made their way into the winner-winner chicken dinner scenarios, as well as also in terms of the overall ranking. So a very interesting day. But I thought you were taking all the lead today, Necros. Nonetheless, we'll jump into what might happen today, because one crucial day is the day of comebacks, and that's today. If teams start making their strides in the right direction, Necros, today should be a day where they will overcome all the difficulties, slowly start grabbing points, and maybe have that chance to make it to the 11 spots. Because again, for all our viewers, letting you know, yes, we have 24 teams. Out of that, only 11 will qualify, not 16, because 5 teams have already made their way towards the grand LAN finals. Let's jump to the points table as well to let you guys know of what points these teams need to make.
As of now, the points table says that you will be rewarded 15 points if you take the chicken dinner, and that is making a huge difference. After seeing this kind of points table, we have seen the strategic changes in the gameplay of many teams. The teams we used to see were more aggressive, they were more focused on getting finishes. They are more now focusing on placement points, because they know it. If they even get 5 finishes and they take the chicken dinner, they will walk away with 20 freaking points in a single match. That will add up a huge boost in the overall standings.
But I think one thing has been changing so far is teams are also moving to get towards finishes, because I think me and Arka spoke about this in day 1 and day 2, that teams are concentrating a lot more on placement points, and eventually when you sum up the total of finishes and placement points, it's not enough. Talking about the group split, you can see group A, B and C. We were talking about it, that group C certain times proving better in winner chicken dinners than comes in group B, but the team or the group which has been better overall, I think so far, is group A. We've seen Seoul start off with brilliant chicken dinners on day 1, day 2 OR back-to-back winner chicken dinner. WSB also got a winner chicken dinner. So I think 3 teams coming in from group A itself looks brilliant so far. So out of Seoul, OR and WSP, only Seoul already has a guaranteed slots now. OR and WSP, I want to see what more they can do here on day 3.
Talking about WSB, I'm really looking forward to how they will bounce back. They were in the second chart, if I'm not wrong, after yesterday's matches were done. So they need to make sure to be in the top 11, because yes, if any of the 5 teams stays inside the top 11, those positions will be, kind of ignored, and the other teams below them will be preferred in that top 11 category. But also, talking about very good performance or maybe the decent performances, I'm still waiting for Revenant to make an impactful performance. We are seeing them putting up some early fights, we have seen them putting up some good shows in front of their audience, but still, that kind of chicken dinners or maybe the finishing touch is still missing from their side.
Now, talking about teams, I want to talk about Insane. Yesterday, I think we had, on an individual level, better performance coming through, especially on Adi's end, proving his capability. Arka mentioned this point that finally we end up seeing him back on that MVP spot, which the capability is always there within him. But as a squad, there has been some situations that Insane has been missing. I'm not too sure what's going wrong. On the other end, Reckoning getting a winner chicken dinner, I think that's the main storyline that we kind of brought in yesterday. How it's going to function today is something that we will see so far over the next upcoming 6 games, but 4 games per team. Now, the last 2 teams which we see here on our screens is Medal Esports and X-Park. Very crucial for these teams to make their comeback here, Necros, because for the story for them to unfold and look forward to a LAN Grand Finals is only today, because day of comeback is today. If they're able to grab points today, then maybe they can make their way towards the top 8 or top 11 if you want to talk about it.
Definitely. A reset is very much needed for the teams those are still prevailing in that third chart of the overall standings, especially the teams those who don't have their confirmed slot in the LANs. So if you talk about those, one of those is definitely AUTOBOTZ. I had really high hopes, because if you see the previous day performance, Rico, Skrills, Mr. Spray, everybody there were taking up the stands, they were getting the frags, they had the confidence inside them, but at the very ending circles, when we see a lot of clusters happening during the rotation or maybe during the hard shifts of the circle, somewhere out there AUTOBOTZ were completely, I would say, confused, or maybe they were completely unaware of what to do in that kind of situation that that is actually leading them of not getting the points that they deserve.
Now, one team I think we can see here, especially who are right next to each other, in terms of two different spectrums, Orangutan as well as Infinity. Orangutan, with one winner and a chicken dinner, they're on the top of the leaderboard, whereas coming into Infinity, they're towards that 10th, 11th spot, which is very dicey. So I'm hoping that maybe Infinity have a better time, because Infinity, after getting a winner chicken dinner yesterday, we saw that it looked like a better team. But same goes for another team, if you want to talk about it right in front of your screen. Starting it off is Obey. I think me and Arka spoke about this a lot, that Obey didn't have a great day one. But day 2, we could see them on MVP, we could see them getting closer to the top. Maybe they do not have a winner chicken dinner, but I think so far of how they've been playing, it's just wonderful to stay in the top 8 and in the first page of the overall standings.
That's how, each day actually, comes up very handy for many of the teams, and I really hope this time even Marcus Gaming, a team who has got a great lineup on paper. If you see, there is Spray God, Aladdin, Sayyam, Vexy, all of the players have been sticking together for a long time, and when you have players like Spray God and an experienced IG like Aladdin in your team, you know how to play. Even Sayyam is a very good assaulter in himself as an individual, and also Vexy is a very good support in that same case. I'm really looking forward to see how they will actually figure out what the mistakes they are doing and will make a bounce back in the overall standings.
Right as of now, I think bouncing back is going to be Celsius, very crucial for them. Yesterday seemed like a little bit of a better performance, where they were able to get finishes as well as placement points. Maybe not a winner chicken dinner, but maybe making the strides in the right direction, because again, two different spectrums. You want to talk about Entity and Celsius. Celsius seems to be very similar in performance of how Entity is playing, but Entity, they're always unorthodox. Nobody is able to grasp of what Entity is able to do, and therefore Entity at all times are able to get themselves towards the end zones, end circles. However, they missed their winner chicken dinner yesterday, but I'm looking forward to a team which got their winner chicken dinner yesterday, was Team Empire. I think WSB's fall yesterday and the rise of Team Empire was just incredible.
Being in the second position with total of 89 points, and also balancing all the finishes and the placement points at some point, because they had 53 placement points and 36 finish points in the yesterday's game. Team Empire, I'm looking forward to see what they have in their back for the day number 3, but also many other teams, 4 big teams, 4 big names on our screen. Team Seoul, we see them struggling a little bit in the day number 2 as compared to day number 1, because they had a massive day 1 in a starting phase. Godlike still not able to grasp what is going wrong with them, but Blind, it looks like their aggression has been a little bit suppressed by the other teams.
Now there are 2 gods here in your screens. One is Godlike and the other one is God's Drain. Godlike, they have their slot, because we mentioned about this Championship 3.0, they were the winners. This is one of the biggest and the longest ongoing tournaments that we are seeing here in the Indian gaming community, and I'm loving it, and I enjoy whenever Skyesports Championship comes through every year. And now with God's Reign, they are the ones, you can see they're sitting in the 8th spot so far. Looks to be a very good spot to qualify for the Grand LAN finals, but is it going to happen? Because I think yesterday we saw a lot of teams rising up to the occasion and finding their winner chicken dinners, or at least putting up a better performance. And you can see in the overall standings, especially Newman, I thought they also had a similar chance of OR's back-to-back winner chicken dinner, just like how Newman played Miramar first and then OR came into the move. But it looked like OR also getting themselves a winner chicken dinner, got themselves to the 3rd and the 4th spot respectively, and so far it's looking good in the first page. But the second page, here you can see a lot of the teams which were in the first spot have been pushed out mercilessly to the second page.
A lot of teams in question. Insane Esports, you can see they had a good presence inside the game as well, Lucifer. We have seen them performing, getting the frags, but still they are in the 16th position. That justifies that you need to be consistent in every match. How Newman played, how MIDWAVE played on the day 1 as well. We see Empire as well. So that consistency is very much needed if you are playing a big or a 5-day format where you have to be in top 11, and that will help you a lot. And I believe Team Inside is missing a bit of that.
Now coming to the last page here, you can see you mentioned already about AUTOBOTZ, Marcos as well. I think Marcos right now, it's revolving a lot around an individual play. We saw Spraygod on day 1, and then I think in day 1 itself in Erangel or SANHOK we started seeing Aladdin. Yesterday we saw a big clutch coming in from Aladdin of 1v4, wiping an entire squad off WSP, which got them finish points, and that's the reason you can see Marcos with 26 seems to be the highest here in the last page, but it's not going to be enough. And one more is going to be Xpac, who are just lagging by 1 point behind them, is going to be a chance for them to redeem, because I think day 1 Xpac had a good performance, but day 2 they've been just getting wiped in every direction. They've been caught in rotations at all times, unexpected fights yesterday, especially on Miramar, caught against the likes of Team TAMILAS, and Team TAMILAS were almost about to wipe them if not for Pukar.
We see the strategies revolving a lot go in a centralized place, but today we have some 2 surprises coming up. Yesterday we only had Erangel and Miramar as the 2 maps to play, but today we have got Vikendi and SANHOK as the last 2 maps that will be played between Group B and Group C, as we can see on the screen. But also Group A will still be playing those Erangel and Miramar for today's day, and they have to gather as many points as possible because they will be playing consecutive 4 matches in a row.
Yeah, 4 games in a row is a hard task, but it's a task that you would have to go through, because who doesn't need points, right, Necros? Everybody wants points. Everybody wants as many as, I would say, finishes if they could grab, or even placement points. Whichever is going to be the nearest or the fastest that they can reach, they will try to get there. But again, it's not an easy task. But I really enjoy that we are going to be seeing Vikendi and SANHOK. However, as you said, the likes of Group A, they'll not have a chance to play on Vikendi or SANHOK for today, maybe coming days, or maybe I think they played it already on day 1, so maybe they don't get a chance. But we'll see how the map flows for the next 2 days coming through, but today is going to be super crucial. Now, in case we've already spoke about the comebacks, right, I want to mention now which teams are going to be here in Group A, right, because they have 4 continuous games. We'll talk about other groups because they'll be switching here and there, and then we come into Group B and C. That time I'll bring in the perspective of which group or teams need to perform in those respective placements. And now you talk about Group A, there's AUTOBOTZ, there's Marcos, and there's WSP along with Team TAMILAS. Reckoning, yes, had a little bit of a better game, but medal. You can see out of I would say the 8 teams in one group, 6 teams in Group A still need to perform to get themselves to the top. So it's going to be a hard ask, but at least 4 continuous games, maybe they're able to kind of have that flow like a river.
That's for sure. Eventually, if we talk about Group A, we will see OR Esports also there. One of those teams, those who took 2 chicken dinners back-to-back in the previous last 2 games. But not only chicken dinners, but also with good number of finishes, double-digit finishes, and also, as far as remember, 14 finishes is probably the highest number of finishes a single team has taken in the Skyesports Championship 5.0 semi-finals as of now, and that is OR Esports. So yesterday they've set a benchmark, they've set up a performance that every other team should be, I believe, worry about, because if OR is getting into form, if that one person, that is Jelly, is getting used to the kind of rotation and the strategies the other teams are using, the other teams will be in a little bit of danger. Because if you talk about gunpower, OR has that. They have the big brain IGL, as I really emphasize that Jelly is one of the finest IGL that our Indian gaming community has right now.
I think so far, after what OR have done, it has told every other team that you cannot rely on only placement points. And this is something that we've been talking about in and out throughout the past 2 days, and we will keep it ongoing as a discussion today as well. Yes, with placement points, you can keep yourself afloat for that particular map. But if you look at the overall standings, it's not making much of an impact, because there are other teams who are balancing it simultaneously. If one map doesn't work in their favor where they're able to get placement points, they're looking towards it in finishes. If finishes are not working, they look forward to placement. So they balance this within the 4 games that they have per day. So I think that is something that teams need to figure out, whether they're able to balance both or not. If they're not able to balance both, they have to figure an approach over there, because eventually I feel like teams which do not concentrate a lot more on finishes will eventually be pushed out, and they'll not be able to make themselves or make their way towards the Grand Land Finals. I'll call it the Grand Land Finals because it's going to be the grandest one that all these teams will be looking forward to fighting on. And come on, when it's the big stages, it's the big leagues, you would want to be there. Who would want to miss such an opportunity, especially that you were just one step away? If you played semi-finals and won there, or not even won, you placed in top 11, you qualify. There's nothing else that you had to do.
Yep, and the teams, those who are having a little bit of tension that we are not in top 11, how can we qualify for them? I'm again going to tell you that 5 teams out there have already got this slot in the land. So if out of those 5 teams, any other teams are sitting inside the top 11 space, those positions will be ignored and the other teams below them will be preferred as the top 11 teams. Those will be moving forward to the land. But also for our audience, again, we're going to tell it that only the first match of this game of this today's day will be streamed on YouTube. So make sure you join us on Loco and get the Loco VIP as well.
I think just like how you kind of want to feel that royal treatment, just like we said, when you're in the big leagues, you have a different feeling in itself. So I think for our viewers, we kept mentioning about this. If you want the royal treatment, get yourselves to the VIP leaderboard at the end of October 21st. If you're on the top, you'll get a VIP treatment directly to Bangalore. Nothing to be worried. Fully, you will be, I would say, accompanied. No, you will be fully equipped in whatever you need. You just need to pack your bags and everything else will be ready. You will get your flight tickets, you will get your stay, everything being taken care of. You will be taken to the stadium, given a seat where you could see everything happening. And I think that's what somebody wants, right? The perfect VIP treatment that we generally see in our on-ground games. But it's now time, let's jump into Erangel and see the first map in action here for comeback. And again, viewers, remember, Loco will be switching towards the second game. The first game will be completely live on YouTube, and in case you want to kind of have this hassle-free experience or intervening experience, seamless experience, jump over to Loco right now before we start the first game and see it live from there. And also for the ad-free experience, just like we said, the VIP experience, if you want it, get yourselves to the Loco VIP.
You might also have a chance to interact with your favorite players in the venue, because they will be just exactly in front of you and you might just get your autographs. I mean, if you are a fan of any player, it is just like a dream come true, and I really don't want you to miss it. But right now, we are just waiting for our captain to take off that flight and lead us to the virtual world of Erangel, where 60 teams again will be taking their respective draws. Another default map for everybody. I'm expecting it to be a default flight path, because whenever a flight path comes in a usual or in a centralized way, all the teams gets their hand to go in their respective drop location without any kind of hassle. But ladies and gentlemen, let's hop on to the map of Erangel, the first match of day number 3 of semi-final Skyesports Championship 5.0. And as we see, the flight path is starting from the western side beside Query and will be ending in the areas of Stalberg.
I've had enough of these diagonal flight paths. I would want to see some very extreme flight paths, either towards the northern end, Zaki to Kameshki, or even if you go Primos to Nova Repnoy, I'm okay with it. Just bring me that crazy and risky flight path. Not risky for the flight pilot though, it's going to be for the teams, because they have to wander around Erangel and travel so further away from their usual drop spot to reach there. And it's going to be interesting, but keeping these diagonal ones, it's going to make life interesting for a lot of these teams. Nothing much to be worried about. Again, let our viewers know, here we are going to be seeing Group A and C fighting against each other. Teams which are going to be here: Soul, OR, Marcos, Autobots, Reckoning, Medal, Team Tamilas, WSP, Blind, Big Brothers, God's Reign, X-Park, Newman, Entity, Orangutan and Celsius Esports.
I mean, Sam, you don't want peace in the life of the players, right? You are trying to put them in those tough exams.
You know, there's a saying, or I would say maybe a reel or a meme, saying, I don't want peace, I want problems. That's the feeling, bro.
I can feel that you are that kind of a teacher who wants to give all the tough questions to your students.
Yeah, man, you learn through the tough journeys that you embark on, right? If life is easy, I mean... there's no fun in it. But right now, to make things even more, how would you say, interesting, the circle, as you can see, has formed, and especially a lovely one towards the southern western edges of the map, completely kind of leaving the majority or the central heart of Erangel. And I'm pretty sure Farm, Puchinki, most of the things can also go out towards the later rotations of the circle closing.
And also, we see a little bit of drop changes coming up from Celsius. I believe it would be a bit fruitful for them because yesterday we saw them having a lot of problems. First 2 days, Celsius were seeming to struggle with their drop location a lot. That's why they were having a drop clash in the Yasna with Team God's Reign. They faced casualties, but eventually they were able to wipe them out in the very last Erangel map we had yesterday. But today they have decided to go in the ES of Stolber, and I believe that's a very good decision. They might be lagging a little bit in the loot, but you know what? You will at least be assured that you won't be losing any kind of players in the early game.
Now, yesterday we saw Seoul, not the likely of the performances that we had hoped after seeing their day one performance. It's okay for them. But again, I think they have been just trying to put up the best performance, but it's just either them caught in rotations, not them rotating, but the other teams rotating, and Seoul try to pick a fight with them. And it kind of ends up falling flat. Next we see OR, the team which closed yesterday in a magnificent manner, which was back-to-back winner chicken dinners, which was unthought of. Because OR were having troubles. And I think that one game where I had like that kind of, don't know whether it's Sixth Sense or whatever it was, that mentioning Jelly going down so early, how would the other players kind of work around it? Is that going to be okay? Can OR still keep themselves adrift towards the winner chicken dinner? And they made it happen. I think that backseat driving for some time did work out really well, and OR, and especially how Admino charged up against Medal to find those frags, and I think that's where OR got themselves into a positioning of winning. Team Tamilas, also another team which yesterday caused, I would say, how would you want to put it, like, smoked the likes of X-Park to an extent. Yes, there was retaliation, but again, I think Team Tamilas, that's a performance we are expecting today, especially because we want to see a lot more comebacks from many teams.
The first 2 days, almost, I would say the first day, Team Tamilas focused a lot on the placement points as compared to the finishes. But in day number 2, we have seen them trying to approach for those finishes as compared to what they have done in day 1. And it's better. I believe, you have to balance both of these things to be on the top 11 and also to make your space in the LAN. But all the teams should also focus on not just going inside, not just qualifying for the LAN, but also going there and performing the best that they have.
Today is going to be very crucial. A lot of these teams are towards the end of their leaderboard and do not want to be in those spots. As we spoke about comebacks, big comebacks is what we are expecting. Orangutan, they're already on top of the chart, so they are going to be trying to cause trouble to teams. But will they be able to is something that I do want to see. But I think Orangutan so far have been playing very smart. I just hope the smartness is kept alive towards the grand finals, because I think everybody is so far seen in the BGMI circuit that Orangutan, they're able to keep themselves in a very good spot till semi-finals. And grand final happens, voila, they're just not able to get themselves to a position where they can win and close the tournament out. And I think that's something that I'm looking forward from Orangutan to change, but let's hope they do. And one team that has actually changed on day 2, right in front of your screens, is Entity.
Definitely. Secret, Gamla Boy, and especially Troy, that Miramar match. Oh my god. 7 finishes, solo finishes. That was something to, annoy all the other teams. Just by sitting on the top, you have the complete visual and you're just annoying every other team who's coming in your radius. Now, Tamilas, they're quite in the close boundaries, and Somraj, he runs out of bullets, but another time it's Gamla Boy who's trying to manage things up, but Mr. Erangel, you turn your back in front of Gamla Boy and you are the one getting taken down.
This is unfortunate for Team Tamilas, not at the start, especially Mr. Erangel. He has been the savior for Team Tamilas with getting them points, and right now you can see Team Tamilas, Dragon, I know he's not going to be happy. And yes, we are expecting a lot coming in from Dragon. Arka even mentioned about it. Not yet seen such a performance. Let's hope it happens today because we spoke about it. Comebacks. But I think Newman had a wonderful game on especially Miramar. The way they were able to convert the fight, I'm still in awe because of how they kind of managed to understand their positioning, and they managed to make their fight better while they regrouped, while they were completely split in a line. So I think this kind of on-the-go adaptation that Newman showed yesterday, and especially how they're sitting in, I think, the 3rd position right now, yes, it's going to be looking very likely for them to continue that journey. But in case our viewers want to continue a journey and want to see what's going to happen next, because today we have none other than Scout playing here for X-Park, the player that you are seeing. Naughty ho raha hai kya? Is going to be Scout here. So make sure to glue to your screens and also switch over to Loco, because the map that you're seeing right now here, Erangel, is going to be only streamed once on YouTube. After that, the second time Erangel is going to be seen, and even other maps coming through 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, all on Loco.
Exactly. But as you mentioned, Scout is playing. He's playing in the place of dreams in this match as of now. I'm looking forward to see what Team X-Park has got in their strategy for today, because as you mentioned earlier, Lucifer, that this is the day where we see a lot of teams making a comeback, and also Group C and Group B will have a privilege to play in the map of SANHOK and Vikendi in the last 2 matches of today's day. And for me, those 2 matches always makes a big difference. Smaller maps, not a lot of space for other teams to give long rotations or hold, so you can have quick fights, and maybe it can be a game changer or a comeback map for many teams, but also it can also turn out to be a big setback map for many other teams as well.
Orangutan might have a little bit of a tussle with Blind towards the Ferry Pier region. Seems to be many circles colliding, but again, because it's the early circles, nothing much to be worried about. But one thing that teams have to start worrying about is the shrink of the blue zone, especially for the teams who are completely toward the northeastern ends. Not much are there. One team is towards the complete north extremity, which is Marcos, and the other one a little bit towards the northwestern side is AUTOBOTZ, and I'm not too sure what Skrills is doing there. You're not seeing him here on map. I'm just talking about how the entire picture is so far. X-Park, their position right towards the South Georgia Pool, closing that bridge, and on the other end is going to be AUTOBOTZ that I just spoke about. They're towards the north apartments, and X-Park might be able to catch them off in rotation, because that's one bridge that is there. But if AUTOBOTZ decide to tread not through this Georgia Paul bridge and move towards Rozok, maybe there is a chance that Marcos have a better and a safe rotation along. AUTOBOTZ might have a safe rotation, because Marcos are already making a safe rotation towards Rozok.
Even this rotation, Marcos Gaming, they will be facing God's Reign exactly on the front line. If they go a little bit forward, God's Reign, they're just holding on to the compounds, and those players like
Spray God? I don't know if that was a glitch, but I saw Spray God's vehicle tumbling. But right now Aladdin has called a fight, or maybe even just the player's position. And I feel like even God's Reign have understood, oh wait, there are players on the ridges. Not too sure if the fight is going to be broken out here, because players from Marcos, they're in a 1-2-1 split. And that's very weird. Especially in these early circles, it's good for a split like this. But if you're not converting anything from here, back off, move away. And it looks like Marcos have decided, let's not call this fight. Let's go save.
As of now, they have, Gods, they have started giving a couple of shots towards the side. But AUTOBOTZ, we see Skrills, he's way too far from his team. He's in Zaki having his loot, because I don't know if he didn't get enough loot in the Georgia Northern City, but as of now, let's just hope that he reunites with his team as fast as possible. But yes, slow rotations, it actually works out sometimes, but not always in that, because you deal a lot of damage of zone, though it's still first circle and you won't be getting a lot of damage. But still, if we talk about like Team TAMILAS, they are a master of getting a lot of placement points by just doing slow rotations.
Seems to be all these teams playing in their own mental strength. But oh no, Blind and Orangutan, we spoke about this. Looks like AQB decides to fire the first bullets, finishes off Mania immediately, and the other players, they're left wondering. But looks like they might pick a fight. Orangutan, they are the ones who are actually moving, and they are the angry apes right now. They want more points here, and as we spoke about it, I think they want to show their aggression completely in semi-finals as well as continue this in the finals. But because there was no retaliation, Blind, they seem like they're not even here, and Trigger is like, they are, but why aren't they fighting?
They seem like to be waiting a little bit, but Orangutan, after just giving them a little bit of damage, and that I can consider it to be a big blow, because Blind, they've always been a team who always tries to stick together, but the circle shift goes a little bit more south. I am not too sure, but I really want to see a water circle at this point. maybe on the shorelines. Is it too
Right
much to
now,
ask for?
it can be. We can see Team TAMILAS close to Primorsk. I hope so. I asked for a bridge circle. It also still is possible. But there's a big crunch that we are seeing. As you can see, the military base island is so empty right now. Even if one team approaches there, they can put their place really well and maybe even have a long range fight. So a big crunch towards the center, especially towards Quarry and Primorsk and Ferry Pier. I don't know how that is going to go, but I think this is going to be a very hectic fight from all these teams.
That's for sure. Even AUTOBOTZ, they are planning to go for a late rotation. They know it. They've seen in the past 2 days that there is a lot of clusters at this point. Whenever the circle gets a shift, majority of the teams decides to, prevail over the central spot of the circle, getting those hard compounds for themselves, which actually helps them a lot in cutting down the rotations of different team, as well as to be in a much more safer spot where even if one of the players gets knocked out, they will have a chance to give them the revival. And for that, playing on the edges for the teams, those were figured out that yes, the cluster always does, prevails in the central spot, can be a good decision.
Blind. Right now they've called to just play a little bit slow. Let's see how they can overcome their casualty of losing the IGL.
Oh, Max, he involves with the fight with Entity Gaming as of now. As OR, it seems like they want to just keep up that aggressive gameplay that they were carrying forward from the previous day. The last 2 matches they have proven us that yes, they can also go for finishes, not only with the placement points, but for Blind it seems they want to just play a little bit safe. We are seeing them going for a little passive approach, going for the placement points, trying to take the fights in the later stages of the game. It might be valuable, it might be it can be their new strategy, but let's see what happens next.
There's a little small technical glitch. Don't be worried that this is not AUTOBOTZ, it is Team Blind. It's just a small technical glitch which will be fixed very soon, but also letting you know, in case you are about to face a glitch on YouTube, it's better that you start switching on Loco, because after this first game, all the maps will be streamed exclusively on Loco only. On day 1 and day 2, you were at least able to see 3. Now you're going to be only seeing all 5 games after this first one only on Loco. So start jumping there, and as we said, there is a chance for you to exclusively have a VIP access, complete full free treatment, if you would want to put it in that way, if you're able to keep yourselves on the leaderboard, just like how Entity want. Entity are playing so smart from day 2. So if you are smart, if you get yourself the VIP access with the diamonds, you will also have a chance to fly free and also have a full VIP treatment coming through. Make sure you get over to Loco and also have a completely ad-free experience with VIP. So enjoy that action. Who would want to intervene for an ad and then get back to the stream? So make sure you do that. For now, see, fights have not started, so I think this is the best time, Necros, to switch towards Loco.
Exactly, so you don't want to miss it. But on the other hand, we are seeing the fights getting started with the 3rd and 4th circle. So yeah, but Big Brother Esports, the team in question, they are experimenting a lot of things. That what Arka told us yesterday as well, that they are they have their slot confirmed in the LAN. So it's a good time for them to gel up some new strategies.
Ooh, easy peasy with a big gun. I'm not too sure what he's going to do with that, whether he'll get a chance to use it at all. Put in a 6x as well. I'm not too sure how he'll control the spray, but he's hearing a lot of noise.
Soul around the corners, and now if they come down to that compound to hold it, it's going to be a big surprise for them, because Big Brother, they're already holding well. Talking about Reckoning, they're also around the corners, while Blind Ronnie, he will be trying to gather as much as info as possible, while he has his eyes on Orangutan, those who are holding up the hill.
Reckoning can be having a sandwich situation. One in Blind, another one Orangutan. And what Orangutan are waiting for is a third party instance. Now with Reckoning giving their position, it's going to be a tough one. Ace Black looks like he's moving ahead. But okay, wait, he actually finally rejoins with his teammates. I thought he was actually going in for a flank, but wait, he actually is fine. I'm confused. Ace Black, please let me know what you're doing. Seems like he wants to rejoin, seems like he's moving away, but seems like we are also moving away to a different fight. Soul right now can also be in a crunch. One in Team Tamilas and another one Big Brothers.
Playing in a 2-2 split, Team Soul. We see Woblin and probably it's Neo who is playing on the compounds, and Omega and probably Akshit. They were just rotating towards a different side. But yes, indeed, Joker, he's prepared. He's just ready to, take on the fights at this point. East Black, who was trying to come up with the flanks, is now probably his position has been compromised because as it seems blind, they have read it well, while Ronnie will be ensuring that there is nobody coming up from the backstab position. But the circle, it has taken a shift, and we'll like to just have a quick view of where it actually headed towards.
I think slow and steady is the name of the game that every team is playing so far, because the circle has taken another shift. As you can see, blind making their move and they're taking it towards the shoreline. So far, Necros, your wishes are getting closer to being fulfilled, but there's going to be a big ruckus that's going to happen, because the circle has been shifting and we've still not seen fights happening. And finally one fight kicks in, Goblin is down, Big Brothers finds that knock. Not the finish though. So this is what we said, Soul picking up a fight are in a crunch. On one end there was Big Brothers and another one we saw another team, not too sure which one, but there's also there was OR. And now you can see there's a fight between NTT as well as Orangutan, and Orangutan are climbing the leaderboard as they're ticking finishes, knocks one after another, everything that they want. And today we can see Troy, he's leading by charge, still getting those finishes, or mostly the knocks with the help of Somraj on the outside. Wait,
at this point,
he won.
That was pretty close. That was definitely close. But Troy, he just could not do. But there is another team just knocking on the doors of Orangutan. It's none other than OR Esports. Ash is trying to push them back as Jelly goes down. Reckoning joins for the third party. But Max, he's in a close compound. He has got an EBS, and Ash, he is just helpless at that point. Jelly, he needs a revival. He will get that for sure. There is no problem with that, but we see Reckoning closing in. This is going to be a bad news for OR. This compound, it can be completely, dumped with the utils from the higher ground, and that can be a little bit problematic scenario if Reckoning does that. While Team Soul, they have given the revival to Goblin, and now they're still having a 2-2 split over the area of Query.
Good decision that Soul cuts out, otherwise they could have been in prey of OR as well. But unfortunate there for Ash. I felt bad. He was close to that 1v3, 1v4 clutch. He had taken on almost all the players. He had to just get the finishes, but he decided he wants to patch himself as his teammates. But the OR slam came through. This is the circle we were talking about. As you can see, everybody is getting crunched. Celsius and Autobots, the late rotation, the late entrance to this circle might be in even bigger trouble. But one big trouble that Godsrain see along their lines is going to be WSP creeping in the same direction. But now Godsrain, they do not have only one team that they have to be worried about. There are more teams entering from the northwestern ends.
Few shots being taken. Newman Esports rotation going exactly Robin, and he wants to take at least one player down, and vehicle has been damaged, and now this is bad news. This is definitely bad news as Gil goes down. God's Robin will be taking that knock, and Ninja will be coming up with the confirmation. As God's Rain, they've got their first one in their pocket, but Newman's rotation has been breached.
God's Rain not in a great spot, but you saw a couple of their vehicles they're smoking up, and they know they cannot be in this spot because they do not see any compounds nearby. Even if there is, that is WSP holding it for now. So God's Rain in a very awkward spot. Meantime, in the feed we can see it looks like Autobots have caught Celsius in rotation. We talked about the late entrance, and it's Celsius. They were a little bit further towards the circle, and Autobots were right behind them, and they were able to put them down. And in play zone as well, Celsius losing players is not the right side that we would want to see.
Oh, Autobots, they're also in some trouble, it seems. They have engaged with Medal Esports, but that clash of rotation you were just talking before, Lucified, his coming to in a reality check as Celsius and Autobots, both the teams, they were rotating quite late, but now that they have engaged in a rotational clash, Medal Esports might just take a little bit of advantage because they are almost closer to the circle, so they can just try and gatekeep both the teams if they want. And it seems that Top Dog, he's quite interested in taking this track. He has spotted down Mr. Spay, but the circle, it has gone down to the eastern side.
Shows not going to be there in the end circles. Unfortunate. It would have been a great fight or a great sight to see. But as of now, a great sight is not what God's Reign are looking at, because they've been getting hacked from WSP counter sprays. However, God's Reign, they've been able to do damage on 2 of the players of WSP. A finish being taken. But wait, was it stolen? Yes, from ORs at Mino. All the hefty job done from God's Reign while they took the bullet pellets, and they did not get the finish.
Oh, Zeref coming with those utils, trying to find some value. Already have 10 big casualties for them, but Arman at this point, how can he just find the values? He's there, Sting X-Park with all intact 4 players. At this point, Serif and Arman are just 2 players surviving from WSP. Not a great start for them as of now, because they need a lot of points to make a comeback. Well, Scout just has a slight position, but this is not a great spot for him to hold out.
WSP, they're trying their best. They know they're in a very awkward spot. Find finishes in any direction that they can. On the other end, X-Park, while they were putting down smoke barriers, that gave away their position. Thankful that the smoke barriers are still up. Or in the meantime, they've also found the likes of Marcos. Looks like they've found 1 knock. Can they find a lot of finishes? Looks like OR have been very firepower heavy, especially after going in for a third party. And now they're looking forward to a lot more. And look at that, Max finding Arm. And now one last player survives. That's going to be Zerif. He's trying to destroy his own vehicle so that he survives. But Max, he doesn't want to let him go.
Oh, Max, a lot of shots being taken on him, but Mackie was taking a risk to, get the frag damage. Hector, who finds the value, or Admino, he's putting up pressure, and that's the height advantage, giving a lot of benefits to OR Esports at that point. WSP, just Serif, being that solo player surviving. Still, they don't have a single finish point within themselves, for themselves at this point, but Team Soul, they will play that same tactics, slow and steady, and they will get all the finishes by sitting inside the circle. While God's Reign, they're facing a lot of trouble.
Yeah, they've been fired in all directions. We spoke about it. They were out in the open. Medal right now taking an advantage. They were at the edges of the circle, and they're completely wiping the slates of Cell. She is clean. On the feed, you can see that. X-Park, I think good decision. They were outside the houses. Finally decided to get inside the compound. They're already inside the circle, so I think X-Park do not have to be worried much. But God's Reign, they are the ones who have to worry. Now that the circle is also shrinking, Robin is already knocked. So Ninja George as well as Blaze, they have to let him go. There's no chance of reviving and getting back on his feet. But looks like even Ninja George goes down. And that's Team Tamilas, the ones who are also going in for late rotation. Sarang confirms 1 in terms of finish, and Blaze also goes. That's God's Reign completely wiped.
Oh, that's a new Team Tamilas, but it seems Vexy has some different intentions, troubling Medal Esports. At this point, his very fast ex-teammates of Encore as of now, but Vexy, will he be able to find a single value? It is going to be a tough situation. A lot of units being dumped on Medal Esports at this point, as Paradox goes down. Spray God finds the opening. Vexy, he's got a green signal to push forward a little bit more. The smokes, those are blocking the sides a little bit. Oh, but those previous shots might just make a good connection. But on the other hand, we see Team Tamilas are also facing some problems.
Grenade being cooked, Top Dog, can he find the connection? There are 2 players, he does the damage, yes, the connection being found, but his teammates, they're not in a safe spot. Vexy takes a big chunk of that sharpnel damage coming through, and now he has to back off. Spray God in the meantime trying to control the aggression from Medal, but those smokes are denying vision.
Oh, this nade, it could have turned out to be a better one, but Spray God, the position he's holding, it's completely
Top
impressive,
Dog.
but his position has been compromised. He has the S12K. Top Dog, he's going up close, but Spray God, he's not aware that Top Dog is this much close to him. But Saiyam, he's cooking a nade. This might be a big blow if Top Dog is still holding on that position, because I really believe that position has been compromised. But Top Dog makes the connection as Spray God goes down.
DBS versus S12K, and it's going to be the DBS from Vexy, finds Top Dog, and now they can get back Spray God back on his knees, back on his legs. Encore in the meantime deciding to push the other players from middle as well. Paradox and Kyo, they've pushed to the compounds, and right in these shelters it's going to be very tough for Marcus to hold it. Grenades coming their way, somehow dodging all the sharpnel damage. They have to pass themselves, get into safer spots, and also look forward to the other direction. Thankfully right now they're at the edge of the circle, nothing much to be worried about. But Paradox, can he find the grenade connection? Vexy is close towards the other entrance. Looks like he puts down a smoke before the grenade, and now he's cooking up the grenade.
If he finds the right spot, there will be a lot of teams facing a lot of trouble, but Ace Black, he goes down. Uzmaki's nade troubles Goblin, but Siam gets taken down by that nade of Encore. But at this moment, Vexy, Spray God, they're just holding onto the backs because Siam, he has to get that revival, but Medley goes there, advanced up close, top block, gets taken down. Kyoya and Cole needs to come up front, but Spray God has been taken down by Paradox. Kyoya is preparing that nade to get it inside that warehouse, but will he be able to find the value? He does a lot of damage, finds Vexy down, and that's a big trouble for Marcus Gaming at that position. But Medley Sports, he wants to make a fight back, but with that being said, Medley Sports wipes out Marcus Gaming out of this match in the 11th position. While if you talk about Team Soul, they have the rise on Big Brother Esports.
How did Medal make it happen? But right now, Soul, they were having a fight with Big Brothers, but they are getting hammered down from another team. That's going to be Medal caught out in the open, and Soul, last player surviving. Oh wait, they still have more. I thought it was last player, but it was the last player from Big Brothers, and Neo immediately cleans him off. That's Uzumaki going down. So Soul were able to convert a fight, and now they have to figure out another fight that's coming in right behind them. That's going to be Blind. In the meantime, X-Spark, they have started picking up a fight with Medal, who just converted, and big grenades going their way, and looks like Medal, they were unable to find their footing in the circle, and X-Spark wiped them off.
That's the advantage that they took, but look at the circle, it completely favors OR Esports. They are the one holding the majority part of the circle. They will have a lot of things to come up with. All the other teams are still out of the circle, especially when you see Beard Baba and Celsius R2. They're going for the heel battle in the very first map of Erangel. They want to get those placement points as much as possible, but while Team Blind, they're also a 3-man lineup as of now. They have to move forward inside the circle, where OR Esports, they are just waiting for the other teams to come.
I don't know how Zarif managed to survive, but we'll see how it goes. The last surviving player from WSB, X-Spark, after finishing off a team and know where the other team was, and especially Medal's position, they're trying to take it over, clean it off. They're moving closer, they have to be worried, but Neo, wanting to regroup with his teammates, somehow treads across everything, all the terrain, and regroups with his teammates. That's lucky to call. I'm pretty sure it's not an easy chance to make him through and maneuver through so many dangerous terrains, and especially with so many players alive. And right now, Blind know there's been a team who made a move. That's going to be X-Spark, but Ronnie, I don't know if it was the decision that he jumped, but I think throwing a grenade over there, he slipped up. Nonetheless, Soul is also keeping a check, but in the meantime, WSB Zarif, the last player, has been found. Soul on the other end, also stuck in a hard spot because they are down the slopes. So they have to climb up to find a fight, but we have 6 teams still alive, and the circle is shrinking even further, and finally Zarif being gone with 0 finishes, thankfully survived, so there's going to be some placement points.
But look at OR is already sitting on 11 finishes. Lucifer, when did they just get this many finishes? But now they're completely trapped. I would say because from 3 directions, 3 different teams have their eyes on OR Esports at this point. Everybody is waiting for at least one fight to begin. Mac is in a different position. Max and Elmino, they are in the warehouse.
Look at all the 4 teams that we can see. The other 2 teams doing a heel battle. Other 2 players from different teams. One single line. If X-Spark start a fight, they can, I would say, put down everybody in one single spray. Blind, if they started, they can put down anybody. But I think Blind and X-Spark, they need to hold their horses. They shouldn't do anything. They should let the teams in between pick the fight. That's going to be Soul and OR, and then chime in as the third parties.
Power is still doubting whether there is a player inside that shack, because there was a player who got taken down previously, but still Team Soul on 4 finishes. They are waiting for the right time to strike in, having Omega down. That actually, keeps them in a numbers disadvantage. But yeah, he has spotted Scout, and there goes the first frag. The fight, which was waiting for a long time, has been initiated, and as Scout has been taken down, he will be trying to go for the revival, but will he be able to get it? Because Aditya is up close, but if Goblin picks up a nade, which he doesn't have, okay, but also on the other hand, Celsius goes down, and the 6th position with 2 finishes.
Circle closes and Scout goes down. His teammate did try to revive, but you saw the spray coming in from Goblin, so there's going to be something that they were able to do. In the meantime, a big grenade, and now Blind are in trouble. More grenades cooking and throwing their way. Sarang is also ready with one of his own. Does his grenade connect? Joker, in the meantime, he couldn't do anything. He's knocked. Sarang's grenade connects. Mac is down. It's all up to Admino and Max. In the meantime, Soul, they're still not pushed up in this fight. Pukar, he's slowly trailing around the edges of the circle and the blue zone. Can he make his way through? Sarang has found an opportunity, and now with Sarang leading the charge, clearing of the last player, Ronnie, that gives them a majority chunk in control for X-Spark.
Oh my god, Neo is trying to, flush down those position if there is anybody with those Molotov. But as we speak at this point, Team X Park, they are on the close bounce. But as we are talking about and having the experience of the fight, you guys can just switch to Loco as of now, because this stream will exclusively shift on that platform. So make sure you are on Locos to not miss any single moment of any fight.
Or right now, they do not want to miss the winner chicken dinner. That's what they're playing on. They've cut their sounds. They've not given any team the clue. But most of the teams here, they know that there's somebody inside these barracks. They know these compounds are not a safe house. But in the meantime, they're playing, they're waiting for the blue zone to shrink, then look forward to something different. But Beard Baba from outside the circle causes trouble, finds the knock. That's a big knock on X-Park. And now X-Park, they are worried because they have been already dealt with damage. In the meantime, Soul, they have smoke barriers in front of them. Let's see what they can do. Circle right now converging in the advantage of OR, and OR will try to keep this compound in control.
Look at that. At this position, they cannot even put any kind of utils inside that warehouse because there is not a single opening. But Max, he wants to go a little bit overextend with Goblin. He's trying to gather a little bit of info. The circle is not in that position. Hector wants to play it safe. He will be there to provide the support, while OR, they know they are in that very epicenter of the circle. Not to make us any mistake should be their plan. They've got a huge number of finishes. They will be at least walking away with 10 placement points if they even get eliminated at this point. But X-Park, they are also having 7 finishes in their pocket, while Sarang alone has 5 in his name.
All the teams have some amount of util. Maybe one Molotov, one grenade, a couple of first aids, a couple of smokes as well. But right now, X-Park, they need to make a move. They need to get closer to the barrack. Soul as well. OR in the meantime, they're enjoying their time inside. Maybe even playing some music for now and causing trouble. A grenade goes out, but doesn't find any damage. There was no player. Soul in the meantime retaliating with bullets on the other end. But OR concentrated on another team which is right next to them. And I'm pretty sure they know by now it should be X-Park, because that's where the last finish came in from Beard Baba from outside the circle. Now this is going to be the last few zones. The fight is cut off from either 3 teams. None of them indulging or initiating a fight. But I feel like Soul will try to keep themselves in the same spot without indulging in a fight. But X-Park might kind of itch their hands and move in. But right now, Util's completely gone. Goblin doesn't have anything, not even kits. However, his helmet as well as vest, it looks better. So he can take up and tank up damage and also retaliate with damage. But I'm not too sure how it's going to work, because OR have 3 players lined up and ready for a fight in one single direction, because they know there's only one opening that all teams can approach from. Sarang's grenade should have gone inside, but it went outside towards Soul and no connection, and that was the last grenade from Sarang as well.
Lack of utils is working. Admino, he can be that game changer if he's taking up the
what? He goes
towards that direction, but it did not sound pretty well. Admino instantly backs out from that position. Neo, he had a better read, but yes, there are still 3 more first stages that will be in the favor of Admino. In utils, he has got 3 smokes, 1 Molotov, but Team Soul, they're waiting, but 13 finishes there already in the names of OR. Oh my god, such a big number game that they're playing at this point.
What is going to happen in this fight? 3 teams, it's been close to 5 minutes and we are in still that same standstill, and none of the teams are doing anything. Admino decided, went, threw a grenade, but he got spotted out, immediately ran back in, and this is why I said there's only one entrance left. The other one is already closed by that blue zone. Admino risked his life and tried, it did not work, and I'm pretty sure he's not going to do it again because he has just 1 Molotov anymore. It looks like one last smoke being thrown from Pukar, and that is towards the other extreme where blue zone has closed. Soul, they're looking forward to seeing another player, and that's the reason Hector is ready with the DBS. He's waiting in case Admino makes that approach, but I'm pretty sure OR do not want to. Finally, the blue zone flushing players, making the move, and it's OR having the advantage. Soul need to push, X-Park need to push. It's going to be a big grenade from Sarang, finds the knock on 2, but Mayak sweeping those finishes. He doesn't. It is actually X-Park who get a chance to sweep those finishes. Now still Neo surviving, but OR, I'm pretty sure they've confirmed the winner chicken dinner with OR. What? They decided to step out, and it's Soul with a winner chicken dinner. Neo just standing outside the blue zone with the heel battle makes it happen.
What in the world just happened at this point? You gotta be kidding me. It was completely a map. I really thought it was going in the favor of OR, but that one decision of stepping out finding the last frag. It is not what we expected it to be, but oh my god, it's Team Soul Neo. He played the big game. I really thought of 1 second that Pukar is going for the heel battle, but he stepped out, he went for the fight, and that was a bad decision coming out from Xbox because he had first stage, I believe, at least 4 first stages that he had. But Neo, I did not even see the first stage what he had at that point.
I have no idea why OR decided to step out from a region where they had control. I know the blue zone was shrinking. Pukar on the other end was also having the similar approach and thought as Neo. That heel battle situation, right? And you saw, we spoke about Sarang. I think he already had used his last few utils very early on. I think Pukar had one grenade which Sarang took over, and Sarang's grenade, that connection on the two players of Soul, and he was able to get those finishes as well. So such a brilliant game and presence of mind coming in from Sarang as well to time that grenade for perfection, cooking it and throwing it, finding the knocks immediately, and even getting the finishes. I thought Mac was stealing them away because he was so close with the DBS, but Sarang, I think with the spray that he was able to do, he found those finishes for himself. And if not for OR swinging towards the right, maybe it could have come down to Pukar versus Neo's heel battle and OR could have fallen apart. And again, I'm still dazed and a little bit kind of confused. We couldn't completely see where the last blue zone was shrinking, whether it was in complete favor of OR who had the compound, who had the barrack in control, or was it towards Pukar, because it was not in favor of Neo. Neo just held. The other players from Soul, I think that was the smart decision. They like, Neo, you stay. We are going to push towards the other extreme, the other opening where the blue zone is kind of at least giving us a chance to step. And I think that is the main reason that OR couldn't kind of swing towards Neo. And while that, by the time they swung towards Neo, you saw they had already taken up damage from Sarang as well as Soul. And OR made that one small mistake without realizing their own health. They swung and the rest is history. And again, Soul here on day 3, the day of comebacks, they start on a winner chicken dinner.
15 placement points in the bag, and what can you just expect? But definitely after this beautiful or maybe the heated match, we're going to take a little bit of short break and we will meet you on the other side with the second match of today's day number 3. So stay with us.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after a crazy game. That's not even insane, that's mind-boggling, least. I don't know, I think words are going to be kind of fewer to kind of put in sentences and talk about, but I think a wonderful game. Strategies on the go started switching from every team. OR wanted finishes, tried, kind of did not work out. X-Pac, I think if the other players survived, Aditya not caught from Reckonings, Beard Baba outside, Scout not being caught from, I think, Neo itself, or no, Goblin, I think, not getting caught out in the open like that, his back being open. If all these things didn't happen, X-Pac did have a chance for also a winner chicken dinner. We were just talking as well, right? Pukar also had a very smart decision that he could have gone for the heel battle, just like Neo was doing, but he went closer to that warehouse and then, you know, rest is history. OR swung out and they were able to spot him.
I really wish that if Puka stayed behind those boxes where X-Pac were holding previously before the circle started shifting, things could have turned a little bit in the favor of X-Pac, because even if you just talk about OR, they had their intentions clear that they want to go for those finishes, they want to take as many finish points as possible in the very ending phase. So we saw them going with the DBS in the close range, trying to get those frags, but still, as Pukar came a little bit up front, left those boxes, tried to go and stay up close to the warehouse, that was probably the bad decision that led him getting taken down by the players of OR. But Neo, I literally did not see him how many first hits that he had, but definitely that paid off. That paid off 15 placement points. It could have been 12, but he made it 3 more points extra for his team, and we know 1 point even, it counts a lot, and it makes a lot of difference in the overall standing. But yes, a great start for the day for Team Soul, because they didn't have a great day of, if you talk about the previous day, they did not have a great performance to come up with, but for day 3, I hope they are coming up back stronger.
Now I think the comeback story is more inclined towards X-Pac, because we know Seoul already has their spot. OR playing so good, they're already on the top of the scoreboard. So it's X-Pac, especially from the third place, right, or the third page, they finally made their way towards, I maybe think, second page today, especially of how things played out. They were close to 13 finishes. They already had 11, and Sarang picked up the last 2 as well towards the end, and that's the reason you can see him with 7 finishes. I think went too good so far, did a lot, and it worked out for the team. Sarang we saw with the grenade as well doing the damage, and you can see X-Pac with total 9. Okay, it was OR with 11. I got a little bit confused there, my bad, sorry. Now X-Pac with 9 finishes and 10 placement points come up at 19 in total. But Seoul, you could see their fights came in later, and especially Seoul were fired in many directions. There was OR, there was WSP, and I think at one point there was also X-Pac who had spotted Seoul out. So too much for Seoul, but somehow I even kind of gave them credit of how they maneuvered around those death traps around laid in Erangel, and they were able to survive.
Definitely, after even dealing a lot of casualties. If you talk about that fight of where Medley Sports and Marcus Gaming, they got on a head-to-head fight in that very ridge. The way Medley Sports, even after having a disadvantage of, they were not on the upper ridge, they were in the bottom ridge, and they were trying to go up front and take the head-on fight. Marcus Gaming had the complete kind of, I would say, that advantage of eradicating Medley Sports out of this map. But still, they were completely overpowered by Medley Sports. The top dog, how he played, every player of Medley Sports, the way they have played was tremendous. But yeah, they were quite unlucky, because X-Pac, they were waiting for their fight to get over. But you can see 27 points on the board for OR Esports, and they have set another benchmark of getting 15 finishes in a single match.
Now, one thing I do want to talk about is how one team played in terms of their fight and the other team didn't, which I will also continue in the overall discussion. But before we jump there, would want to talk about the teams who are still lagging behind. Comeback should have been possible. Celsius, thankful that they had a teammate, Altu, who was going in for the heel battle, and therefore you can see they have 4 placement points. Team Tamilas, an unfortunate switcheroo. Firstly, Mr. Erangel being caught, and then them coming in under pressure with both God's Reign as well as another team. Eventually Team Tamilas did wipe God's Reign, that's the reason they have 4 finishes. But then Team Tamilas fell prey, I think, to X-Pac as well. So a little bit of exchanges coming in from Team Tamilas. Orangutan, I don't think we have some much complaints coming in from their end, because they're already in the top. But OR, again, as I said, for OR as well, 2 teams from this, OR as well as Orangutan as well as Seoul. Nothing much for them to be worried about in terms of where their position is. But it was very crucial. I want to see where X-Pac have jumped after the game. But again, Seoul coming back to this first page is very crucial.
We can see if the numbers are getting high, and now only OR Esports and Orangutan, both of the teams have crossed the 100 marker for themselves, while GODLIKE, they were still in the very same position. MIDWAVE have dropped down a little bit as Team Soul has making their place in the 5th spot of the overall standings. But there are a lot of teams, those who are yet to play their first match. If you talk about Team Empire, if you talk about MIDWAVE Esports, I'm really hoping for MIDWAVE to bounce back today, because if you talk about the second day performance, they didn't had a great day for themselves as compared to day one. But another one on the second chart, I want to highlight the teams those who have made a comeback. Team TAMILAS, they're definitely trying, but Obey Reckoning, they have been dropped down to the second chart as of now.
Now coming into X-Park, we were talking about them. You can see on 16th position, a big game for them. 34 finishes, and we spoke about this at X-Park, but one of the highest teams in terms of having finishes alongside Marcos in that third page, and now X-Park with one good game. They have made their way. They've treaded in the right direction. Now again, I think this is all because of Scout also making his way through today, helped the team kind of function. Again, that man has a lot of experience, not just on the national stages but in international stages as well, has led teams, and I think that experience counts in terms of calling, which somehow made it through. If Scout survived, as we did speak about it, 4 players would have been better. Then X-Park had to deal with 3 players, which was okay, but then they had to only work with 2 players because of all the mishaps that X-Park faced, because they were outside the compounds towards the warehouses. Then we come into the last page. Here you can see Celsius. We hope they had a better game. Yes, had some points. Same goes for Medal. But this is the approach I would want to bring into play right now. OR, who you can see on the top of the chart, and Medal. Both had similar fighting strategies. Medal were cleaning teams whoever they spotted. OR also were doing that. What were OR doing? OR were entering the circle. Inside the circle, they were cleaning teams up and getting control of compounds. Medal, their strategy was a wee bit different. They were fighting with the teams who were closer to the edges of the circle or towards the edges of the blue zone, taking the fight, converting it, but eventually also falling down to it. Here, however, yes, the end fight also played towards where Medal happened to be in the last few circles. That was just the circle shift, but otherwise they were fighting towards the ends of the blue zone. So I think that's something that Medal need to kind of change in their approach. When we talk about the teams in the top pages, then maybe Medal will be able to be in the last few circles, find a lot more placement and position points together. But this concludes our discussion for first map, Erangel.
The second map, it will be played between Group A and Group C. In the map of Miramar, the map of golden sand, but still, I would say that Miramar has always been a challenging map for all the other teams, especially the teams like OR. They have faced a lot of trouble, and we have seen them not performing as good as the other maps like Vikendi, SANHOK, or maybe Erangel. OR has always been a team. You know, Arka has also mentioned several times that this lineup is still not used to in the map of Miramar. If you talk about the rotations or maybe the holding points that they usually have, it does not go in their way. But I still, kind of have a feeling, because yesterday they took a chicken dinner, right? And today also they do have a little bit of chance, but we won't be wasting any more time because the map is about to get started.
We'll go to Miramar, take a flight over there as well, and this is going to be interesting. Now, Necros, yes, we are going to be having Arka back here, but I want to ask you, flight path and the circle predictions.
I expect it to be on the southern side. Let's hope where it goes, because some challenging flight path is what I expected. Yes, here it is.
It is southern. Let's see how it goes. But Arka, welcome back. You saw a crazy game sitting on the back lines. I want to ask you, did you expect an outcome as such? I think Arka is about to join us for a sec. We will be looking forward to him,
I believe.
Telling me what he thought while he was on the back lines. And now we see it is the southern favored flight path. Now, yes, it's an extreme flight path, but here on Miramar, not a lot of teams like to go completely north. And Arka, finally that you're here, I want to ask you, before we get towards the circle and discussion on Miramar, what was Erangel?
Erangel was a topsy-turvy moment for me. I was at the edge of my seat. I almost fell down once or twice, and then I was like, you know what? Scout's experience is something which had to play a bit more better. If he had survived a bit more better, he got shot off. But I would say that if Pukar had gotten to the other side of the warehouse where none of the teams were thinking of it, right?
Yeah.
If somebody had thought out of the box and Pukar had got to the other entrance of the warehouse and then made it inside, probably knock off or finish off the OR concentrated on the center of the circle and or the center point of that blue zone itself, probably he would have had a better chance for the heals as well. But ultimately what had to happen has already happened, and Team Soul have come out on the top as the youngsters have thought through to make sure that it's a presidential game. One person, our aim is to protect this man and not the finishes, and that's what they were trying to do, give away our lives but still make sure that this person concentrates on that valuable 2 to 3 points which can help us climb up the ladder, and they played it really well. But here yet again Celsius Esports wants to start off in a very good note, and this time they're challenging one of the strong heads out there, Big Brother Esports. One knock and finish off, and let's see how much more they can rake up.
I just hope Celsius, like previous game on Erangel, they do not go for late rotation. That's how they were caught. In the meantime, Believe also going down. Newman just made their way here, and Believe out, done, dusted. That was Reckoning finding that first finish, and Reckoning, man, Beard Baba, he was the reason I feel like X-Park in the previous game lost their footing. Otherwise, those three players, Aditya, Sarang and Pukar, anything, could have had a chance to get themselves a winner chicken dinner. They were ready for it. They wiped the likes of Blind. Well, let's see how it works out for now. Yuva OP, as you can see, he's taken a lot of damage, but before he did, he took that first finish for Reckoning. And I'm pretty sure Beard Baba will be happy. He's like, okay, I ended that game, found that one finish. Here you have found one for me to start things off.
I mean, Reckoning Esports, you have to give credit. One place I thought that Ace Black will be going in for the heal battle. Once he gets finished off, he gives us responsibility to Beard Baba. So he knows that, probably they've understood in their experimental phase that more than Ace Black being there in the backlines going in for a heal battle, let us send our weaker person to do that. As Ace Black's firepower is working out to perfection, he went inside, probably got better finishes for them, and eventually placed his team as to where they were right now. And Beard Baba, I would like to say this, he took advantage of the weakness of Team X-Park. What I would prefer here, the weakness of X-Park to be, is where they could have stuck more closer towards the warehouse. They were scared that they'll be caught off guard or somebody's going to be rushing in and doing a 1v2 or a 1v3 with that DBS, and probably that is why they stuck back behind those small boxes, which did backfire for them.
There's a lot more teams here that we would want to see having a different outcome, because we have, yes, one group that's been making their way in terms of looking forward to being better, right? We spoke about it. Group A, they just have two teams who look good. That's Seoul as well as OR. They still looked great in one map. We just witnessed Erangel. The other teams still have to put up a better show. I feel like Medal were getting towards that end. Same goes for Team Tamilas, but not enough. Marcos, however, I think we see that they have a lot of potential in firepower and fights, right? But I don't know what's happening. They are kind of indulging in many different fights. In a fight that they indulged in with Team Tamilas as well, outside the circle, you saw, ended up becoming fatal for them.
Marcus Gaming, I mean, you pointed out right, something seems to be not going in their favor. I think sticking on to the aggression is still backfiring for them, or probably it's the placement inside the circle where they think that we can hold this off and then eventually they get taken down. I do believe that mistake between Medal Esports and themselves in the shack area, because Medal Esports, one clever thing which they did was rotate around, sent one guy, and he's going to be grabbing all the attention, where the rest of the players are going to rotate around and come in from the other side of the warehouse, where Marcus Gaming is not going to be concentrating on, because the damage was already dealt, right? Spray God was down on his knees, two more players left, one has to go in for the revival, the other one has to give the backup. So the math was done right from the side of Medal Esports, and they were like, you know what, now is the time for us to rush in and go closer to the circle and then welcome Marcus Gaming out of nowhere with some throwables or probably even with those DBS shots. Worked out to perfection. So Marcus Gaming will have to think ahead of their enemies every single time from here on, in case they need that slot at the LAN event itself.
Right now, I do want to tell our viewers, do start switching to Loco. I think we have completely exclusively moved to Loco, and in case you're still here on YouTube, you're missing the action on Loco. And exclusively, as we mentioned, all these 5 maps that you see from Miramar till the last that we end on SANHOK, only on Loco. So make sure you start switching up in case you haven't. But for the people who are already watching the action in Loco when we started, thank you so much. Let's continue it, and also wishing you the best of luck for staying in the VIP leaderboard. But right as of now, Big Brothers, I don't think we have seen a great game so far throughout these 3 days. We had a lot of expectations, not just coming here from the desk but also from the audience. But But I think again they have a confirmed slot. They are looking like they're experimenting, but seems like there have been situations where Big Brothers are just caught, and after that they don't know what to do.
A lot of teams are right now having troubles. I would like to say this. A lot of teams.
Yeah.
And I just hope, I just pray that, teams will be able to get their footing right. Because right now, Team Seoul is on the verge of eliminating one of those strong teams to make it into the LAN event. The positions they're holding. See, it doesn't bother if they have to play so well. They've already made it into the LAN event, right? But still, what they're thinking right now? We know which are the teams which will be making through. So we know to strategize those. Let's not add another team into this lineup so that it becomes tougher for them. Let's eliminate the strongest of these teams in the get-go itself, take away the position so it becomes easier for us to deal with lesser teams when it comes to the LAN event, or lesser stronger teams. And, filtering teams at an early stages is not something new for the side of teams.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, right, Seoul is not denying a position or a place for one of the teams in terms of not qualifying for a LAN, but likely them being on top, meaning that they're denying up a lot of points. And I think the other teams need to start understanding this. But Team X-Park, again, finding an issue to start things off. They've lost the player, however it's okay because they were also able to deal damage to one of the players coming in from Blind. Again, Blind losing their IGL back-to-back 2 games very early to start things off. Mania's gone.
I'm not understanding what's happening with Mania every single time, or teams. Are they concentrating on removing that person who always goes in for a heal battle? Just think about this. They know that Mania is the only person who can do wonders in the final circle, right? So what are they doing right now is just making sure that you delete that person out of that equation, and it becomes much more easier for you to deal with Blind rather than bringing them in the final circle. If that is the case, then teams are doing wonderful in restricting the side of Blind Esports. But again, as I said, Blind Esports rotation in the map of Erangel was amazing. If you see, were ready to be in the open rather than coming out in front of the crosshairs of many teams, and also in the final moments of the game itself. If not for OR Esports being so aggressive and the grenades being tossed into perfection, it was just that Blind were placed in small places or predictable places that this is where teams are going to be, and the grenades went in and OR Esports could wake up. If Blind gets one such game where they get around 15 to 16 finishes, we'll be able to see another Blind altogether in the rest of this phase of semifinals.
Now with this circle, there's a lot more that we kind of want to or would want to expect. But I think Orangutan, they've been doing wonderful, right? In terms of picking fights. They're like, we hear something, we go for it. That's all. There doesn't seem to be two thoughts about it. But yeah, so far for them in terms of finding finishes, staying on the top is just working. I don't have much questions on their end. Entity, however, I think they had a really good position play that I expected to see from them, especially the fight that happened between themselves and Orangutan. I thought Entity had it under control, Troy, but then comes in Ash. Like from nowhere, that man does so much. And very close, we spoke about it. That 1v3, 1v4 is about to be closed if not for OR's slamming. So I think that's something that I'm looking forward to, as we did see the map Entity in a safe spot for now. But the other team which is not in a safe spot but have already picked up one finish is Celsius to start things off. We did see against Easy Peasy from Big Brother Esports. That's a big one to find. But after that, Celsius have just cut sound. There's nothing that they've done.
Celsius Esports, I mean, yesterday's ending was great for them, right? They had found that momentum, and after a break of overnight, I feel that Celsius have lost that momentum. Most of these teams, to be frank, have lost their momentum except for OR Esports.
Yeah.
OR Esports have stuck back to that confidence which they had previously, and Jelly, we know this man can do wonders when it comes to semis. There's nobody who can stop an IGL like that. And he knows to place his team, he knows to give the right kind of calls. And not only that, a warehouse like that, you're holding that for a long period of time in a map like Erangel at the quarry region. Your teammates need to understand when to press that trigger. Your teammates need to understand that when Jelly says hold this position, if they do a small mistake of peeking out too early or getting knocked off, the pressure is going to build up on OR Esports. And since all of them are sticking on to their roles. OR Esports are doing wonderful when it comes to maps like Erangel and SANHOK.
Yeah, I think the reign that they have in terms of doing what they would want. But right now, Soul, they one end they have a higher ground advantage, the other one they're already gone in for a slam. But Safe, he also has a higher ground, but Goblin clears it off along with the help of Neo. Now it's all up to Rishi, who is stuck. Big Brothers also have lost the player very early on. We spoke about it, easy peasy from Celsius. They were the ones who made that casualty happen. So Uzumaki and Rishi, the last two players left, and it seems like Uzumaki is nowhere close. So it's all up to Rishi to find a way to survive. But with the last grenade that he threw out, they know where his position is. But they will also be fearful of the DBS that he might have on hand.
Oh, there he is. The location is going to be compromised. Two different directions. Two different players are rushing in with the grenade. So it becomes a little bit easier for him. A little bit tougher for him to have that divided attention. Omega is damaged a bit. Hector is going to be cooking up another grenade, expecting him to be moving around at the northern side or on top of that building itself, as Rishi is going to be restricted in all ways possible. It's important for him to take one player before getting down, because that's the only way possible. And Hector, the prediction game from the side of Team Soul, the loot which they had, even though they're burning those resources, they understand that taking this man out is the only way for them to have a footing on that specific hard compound which is in front of them.
For the viewers who are hearing this action on YouTube, I know you would want to see this. Switch over to Loco. That's where exclusive you can see all the next 5 maps. As we said, this is one of the 5 maps that has already started. That is Miramar, and the action again seems to be continued from Seoul. God's Reign in the meantime seems like they've heard those bangs happening and they're wondering, is there a chance that we can intervene? But they have to intervene as there's one player from Big Brothers very close to them, Uzumaki, who is not even moving an inch. He is, I think, not even breathing over there. He's just cut everything and just staying still.
Neo, this is what I want Team Soul to do. When you have that high ground advantage, you're just a small target out there, and if people know actually how to maintain the crosshair and get a knock or 2-3 headshots, then the story can be way too different. Team Soul's location is obviously going to be compromised. God's Reign, even if they were thinking to go to their high grounds, will now restrict themselves from doing so.
Reckoning. They seem to have lost a player, and they're on fire from another team. Yes, they are towards the steel shacks, but you know that's too open. If there is a push coming in, they can give up the position that they are in, and they cannot call the compound saves. Util, if you want to talk about, looks like Beard Baba has nothing, so he has to depend on a weapon. But in the meantime, X-Spark, yes, they have a casualty, but if they decide to charge in, it's going to be the battle of the events, 3v3. But looking at X-Spark also seems like they do not have much util to play with. But let's see how it kind of works out. But looks like Soul have just super confident of how things started here on day 3. Comeback seems to be not happening for a lot of these teams, except for X-Spark. I did not see much light on anybody. They're not taking the spot, they're not taking up to the stage. And if this day 3 doesn't work, me and Arka were having this discussion. We were almost towards an argument. We were like, no, there is still chance. We're like, no, the points doesn't seem to be the case, because on an average the teams in the top 10 or 11 are accumulating 30 points per day. And if today that is not being seen from the teams on the bottom page, as he rightly said, they can kiss themselves goodbye, and it's going to be a tough journey for them.
I mean, on an average, if they're able to find 15 to 16 points, then they'll have a little bit of a fighting chance. I wouldn't say a fighting chance which will give them a confirmed seat, but yet,
yeah, exactly.
Then after that, they have to depend on some miracles to take place. So let's see whether teams will actually place themselves in such a position and then take the fight on the final day. But as of now, Team X-Spark, after losing a player, it seems like Scout is going to be guarding their backs, as 2 of their assaulters will still concentrate on getting those finish points on these ridges. That is what I was able to observe. As God's Reign, high ground advantage for themselves. All these experienced teams are right now playing in a specific way, that is holding on to the center of the circle, or probably some high grounds for themselves, and then they're going to wait for the circle to form up, then only take fights when they have enough knowledge of where the opponents are. And that is working out for them to perfection with the circle like this, and Blind Esports holding a very prime position. I can expect Blind to take away another game for themselves. Man disadvantage, yes, obviously, but still the high ground advantage and the firepower they've got, if they step it up, they can get a very good chicken dinner.
and also the circle's edge that they have, right? The western end, there is no team entering from there. Seems to be a very safe spot for them. But every other team moving in from the eastern edges is going to be a tough one. Somehow reckoning they made their way inside the circle, but they're looking forward to a safe haven, safe compound that they can be in. Entity, we call this team unorthodox, unexpected, but previous game what happened to them was unexpected. They were not ready for it. They almost had things under control. Right now it's Medal again back in a fight with Marcos. They've spotted a player, but now Somraj also has a chance to act as a third party and look down upon both these teams.
Marcus Gaming in the map of Miramar were always the team which used to take a high ground or probably prioritize the center of the circle. But since they are right now trying to play from the corners of every single map, I think in the map of Miramar also they've lost that strategy, or they're not thinking of such a strategy. Probably they're preparing themselves for a bigger picture to come in the final LAN, because this is one of those teams who are confident about their players. So they will somehow, until they have the same kind of mindset which they had in the previous days. Marcus Gaming has never missed a LAN final before. I know in the recent past, or the only tournament which they have not, and they felt very, very sad about it. But in case they continue to have the same kind of mindset, if they know they'll make it through, they are going to continue their assault and play the same.
Yeah, I think Marcos need to just spread their assaulting power within other players as well. So far we've been seeing the power and finishes going in either in the way of Spray God or Aladdin, but the other players just seem to be like support, and I think that has not been unfolding really well. Right now it's WSB who need a little bit of a support, because again this is a team which has made their way through qualifiers to quarterfinals and now in semi-finals, and the way they got the winner chicken dinner on day one, we thought, oh wait, this team looks to be in the first page, but voila, day two comes and they're nowhere there. They're getting pushed out, and I feel like WSP need to find that winning stride, or at least find that confidence to pick fights. It seems like day 2 and day 3 they're not ready to pick fights. They've been just tucking tail, playing rotations, playing slow, and eventually those rotations ended up going down, not finding the points, and done.
See, the points table is designed in such a way that you can do less harder work, or you can be a little smart and play for possession points. Even if you're getting down at the 4th position, or you're there in the top 4 or the top 5, you have an average of 6 to 8 points. So you know that your firepower is strong enough to get those 1 or 2 finishes. Chelly is going to be committing to this, will be getting the knock as well. You do not want to taunt a person like this in a rotation like map of Miramar, where it's just a 3rd stage. He's going to do the damage, he's going to get those confirmations and then move forward. Look at that, Admino. He's going to be that person who's going to shave down if anybody's fallen down, get those finishes as quickly as possible, and the rotation continues. But the problem for them is they do not always get to the center of the circle. And since till date, OR Esports, I'm so sorry, I'm going to be contradicting my own statement right now. OR Esports used to always go to the center of the circle in the map of Miramar, and used to never guard their position. But now they're trying to play from the corners of the circle, and it seems like things can go their way.
Right now, one thing that has gone towards one team's way is going to be the circle. Look at Soul sitting very comfortably, and alongside them is going to be Entity. But looks like Rigger fell to his own knock. I'm not too sure what just happened over there. Maybe they were fighting on top of a hill, or maybe he just decided to jump out of the vehicle as he was entering the circle. But right now, it's AUTOBOTZ who wants to enter, but because they lost one of their players, they're worried, because right behind them is OR.
OG. Orangutan, after getting a knock like such, and the positions they're holding at one corner of this warehouse, are they doing things right? Oh, slowly they realize that we can push in right now, because the circle is closing in. We have a great advantage to third party over here, and that is what Visgod will be wanting to lead his team into, as he comes to the corner of the window, trying to see or gain as much access as possible to the view in front. He's getting leased out there. As correctly pointed out, Team Soul has got a prime position. From here on, they can pick up as many finishes as possible. Look at what's happening on the other side. Rigger will be getting a knock and a finish for himself. 1 point gone in the favor. Now God's Reign are in deep trouble, as Celsius will be pushing in towards them. Aquanaut gets taken down, and probably a finish will be coming through as well.
I like this Celsius, and we were waiting for this, especially after yesterday's end. Looked like Celsius had a lot more that they would have had, and again, Erangel was just because of rotations. We couldn't see much. They just got taken down there. Here, they played for early rotations, got in, caught God's Rain, who caused trouble previously for them. But there is also AUTOBOTZ. We just spoke about them. They were caught by one of the teams, that was OR. Now, OR is not the ones who's catching them. It's players from Newman as well as Soul on the other end, and they're right now stuck in a ridge. But a nice grenade cooked right to his face. Rico finds the knock.
Rico immediately is going to be rushing in. He knows that there's nobody else to get this person back on his feet. He went in for the finish but failed miserably. And ultimately it's going to be his teammate who's going to be finishing the job. Newman with the last man standing. Rico knows it comfortably. He's going to be pushing forward, but what he has to realize is that SK12 in the opponent's hand can bring one finish in the name of Newman. As he's going to be waiting for this person to get closer. Let's see who's going to be coming on top of this fight.
Still waiting, but looks like AUTOBOTZ have decided, let's get into the circle. Forget about whoever is close by. But in the meantime, Soul, as you can see, there's a line of fire that Goblin is trying to put down, and finally Gil peeks out, but doesn't work from such a far angle. Goblin was already spraying down players of AUTOBOTZ as soon as he saw a free player out in the open, not in a vehicle. Picks him out, and Newman are done for on Miramar, the first team to be eliminated.
Imagine with a circle like this and 15 teams are still alive with the reckoning. As you can see, Beard Baba far away. One more person is going into the kill battle. Yo OP is going to be knocked off and finished off by the zone itself. Team TAMILAS are also taking a fight somewhere far away as Dragon gets finished off. It's not the kind of start Team TAMILAS were expecting in the map of Miramar. They need to find an average of 30 to 40 points by the end of the day. And for that, they need to survive and get finishes as well.
OR back in, looking forward to a fight, but this time they're at the edge of the circle. They need to find their way in. This is what I was contradicting and talking about of how Medal played and OR played on Erangel. This time seems to be that OR have not reached in. But what happened to X-Park? Sarang went down to the play zone, and I'm not too sure if the other players from X-Park are surviving. That's not a way to go down. Unfortunate. Maybe because of these hard circle shifts, it's been very weird. It's not been a systematic traverse that teams or players were able to make. They were not easily able to switch seamlessly. However, AUTOBOTZ, I know they're in process of a lot of teams, but Soul, as you said, we spoke about it, this position that they have, very likely to find a lot more, and they are trying to. They're doing the damage.
But the final circle is going to be very challenging for them.
Yeah.
It's important for them to actually clear off players so that, next, just in case the circle shifts away from them, they're going to have an easy part to make it inside the circle. OGs on the other side are not realizing that Celsius can backstab them miserably, are taking this fight towards the side of Team Soul, who are looking very strong in the position they're holding. As Visgard comes out in the open, will be shot out from two different directions. One is going to be Team Soul and the other one is going to be Celsius. Now OGs are in deep trouble. Let's see who's going to be challenging them in the right way.
Goblin, unfortunate orangutan, the cover fire coming through. Yes, he was able to do damage, but Goblin immediately get knocked. Thankfully, that was just a knock. Nothing much to be worried about. Meantime, OR, now they're firing in all cylinders. Found players from blind, but the team which they had picked up a fight initially, AUTOBOTZ, you can see they're right in front because of the ridge. I think Admino and Mac were unable to spot them, but finally the bullets are going their way. Both blind as well as AUTOBOTZ, they're taking a dual fight here, OR, which seems crazy, but OR, they're the ones who make it possible.
Team TAMILAS, the final player of the Team TAMILAS, gets eliminated outside in the blue zone with just 2 finishes at the 8th position. They're going to be disappointed with their performance so far. AUTOBOTZ holding a very, very good position to restrict the side of OR Esports. I really want to see how OR will now rotate inside the circle as Omega gets knocked off. Team Soul's trouble are starting to pile up. As I said, the circle shift. Now it's important for them to make it inside the circle. OR Esports, agenda is clear. Get as many finishes as possible. It's not about the position points we're concentrating on since we are on top of the table.
I don't know what that move was from Omega, but it's going to cost a lot, as you rightly said. Now, yes, however, thankfully, there was just one player from Soul going down. Now, Soul know what they need to do better and what teams they have to keep in check, because right behind them is going to be Orangutan. But Orangutan, they've been receiving fire from not just Soul, from Entity as well. And you can see Visgod also being confirmed. I think there's just a small alley or a ridge through which Entity are able to spot them. But in the meantime, WSB, they are hammering on Entity as well, acting as a third party as you can see on the feed. But AUTOBOTZ finally will be able to take a head-on fight with OR, but it's OR coming on top. Admino trying to swing, now trying to find the last player, throws it in the shack itself, and Skrills is forced outside. The DBS running right to his face, and another one went through, but Skrills tried to survive, not for long, as it's Admino who finishes off AUTOBOTZ, and Max, he'll be brought back to life.
I mean, I just love the way OR Esports are playing this game. Admino is going to be leading from the front, and his teammates from far away are going to give him the right kind of cover fire from every loop and corner possible. With the circle shrinking in yet again, OR Esports will slowly make it to the center of the circle with nobody having control of the circle. This could be the game for them. Blind still surviving. Joker going in for the heal battle probably would have come to his final moments of this tournament itself, or the final moments of the game itself. But yes, we can see it's going to be Celsius versus Team Entity, who's trying to be the king of the hill, or trying to have that high ground for themselves. Team AUTOBOTZ eliminated with just one finish. Let's see which is the next team to follow them up.
Venom, I don't know, not maybe the right call. Individually trying to move up ahead against OR. While OR, they're playing very smart. They know if somebody has to peek, they'll give them the headshot advantage, and OR not making that move. Entity, they're rotating it out. They want to get towards the edge of the circle. Samraj going to be the last player who's held out, and Jelly trying to keep that IGL in check.
This game, I mean, as I said, OR Esports, they understood their mistake in the map of Miramar. Play from the corners as the firepower is working, and we can see the results. Entity Gaming, the spread which they had, or the distance which they had between the players, are backfiring very, very badly. I know Secret will look forward to get some more finishes, but running out in the open, all he's going to get is a lot of blitz his way. Finally finding himself in a position where he can heal and then think of coming inside the circle. Admino is going to be shot at, but Max yet again, he's going to be coming over the horizon and getting those finishes as well. 10 finishes in the name of Entity, but OR Esports wants to make it 11 for them. Oh, finally gets that final nail in the coffin. OR Esports will be getting a chicken dinner for themselves. The map which they felt were the weakest for them, turning that to be the strongest so far. Getting some more finishes and that chicken dinner. From here on, it's good for us to say that OR Esports have cemented themselves into the LAN finals.
Now OR, they ended the day in a similar stance, right?
Yep.
Miramar victory, and then Erangel winner chicken dinner, back to back, done. Here, Erangel started off as a winner chicken dinner, and Miramar now as a winner chicken dinner. Looks like they're repeating what happened on the end of day 2 and now on day 3 as well. Fantastic play. I mean, close to chicken dinner. I'm giving them the chicken dinner even though Soul got it, because again OR make that slight mistake towards the end. Otherwise it was very similar in terms of the play. But I think kudos to Celsius here, because of the way they were kind of indulging in the fights, right? There was Soul, there was Orangutan, there was Entity, and I think somehow Celsius took that fight under control. They played it as long as possible. So finally I can now strongly say this, Arka, that I think that comeback slowly is happening. First game we saw X-Park, right now we are seeing Celsius, so I think there's going to be a lot more.
Necro, I know you want to be the part of this action, my
friend.
I just feel that you need to hold on to your horses, you know. I know that.
He's like, wait, I want to be here.
Yeah, but and also I'm seeing him do this lately, right? He as soon as his predictions comes out, right, he's going to be jumping on his seat. It's good to see the young lad coming back, with his predictions, right? But again, we were discussing about Celsius as well. There were several moments in this game where Celsius were doing things right. They knew that they had a mountain for themselves, so the right side of their vision is going to be completely covered, or probably the opponents won't have a chance to fire at them. And so what did they do? They started to clear off the left side of it. And once they came out of that mountain region, they knew that the mountain in front of them has a team which is already taking a fight. So they cleared off as many finishes as possible and then started to take that uphill battle. Obviously, we know it's going to be hard for them. Entity came out of syllabus, finished them off, but they've done a decent job so far.
Yeah, I really enjoy that. Now, again, coming back to the picture of how OR played, right? Things started off, they were able to spot a player of AUTOBOTZ, and they spotted the entire team as well. But their intentions were clear. They knew they were not near the circle. And this is the same thing that we spoke. They always like to keep pushing the other teams even further inside and take that control away from the other teams. Here you could see how well they had spotted Blind, who were trying to enter inside the circle, push them off. After that, somehow Autobots were able to keep themselves in between that ridge and not spot. But once they had cleared off blind, right, once OR decided, okay, circle is shrinking, we'll also move further in, they spotted Autobots, cleared them, chased them indeed to clear that position off. So I think OR so far, in terms of how they've been playing, is just fantastic. They've been chasing, they've been entering, they've been clearing, and without any mistakes. Even if there is a mistake, right, that player, it's like, okay, that casualty happened because there was too much chaos. They were able to exchange and trade that frag out and get that finish. So brilliant stuff done. Let's jump into the highlights again. Initially, we'll see Celsius only starting it off. Venom, we spoke about this, finding easy peasy from Big Brothers. Then Soul as well, I think, after converting this fight against Big Brothers, got a brilliant spot on the map towards the stage 3 and 4 of the circle. But after that, things changed.
This was the moment I understood that, OR Esports are looking forward for a very good amount of finishes and a chicken dinner. And as I said, when you know that you have a very good position in the overall standing, your aggression is going to come out and it's going to be giving you a lot of confidence to take those frontal battles. Team Soul, Neo tried to do his best, but it was, as I said, the circle was shifting away from them. They couldn't do much. At Mano, the way he took this fight against the side of Autobots, this was one of those moments where I felt that WSB and Team Entity did not concentrate on how Celsius were making it inside the circle. As we can see, they were very silent. When they made it inside the circle also, nobody had an idea that they're actually approaching. But ultimately, when they came into the process, they got finished off as well. And the final moments of the game comes in front of our screens where Fury, he took advantage of those small ridges and hiding behind it, but ultimately it was Altu who was the final nail in the coffin for them, and Secret for the side of Entity.
I think Entity here just kind of took fights in all directions. Otherwise their numbers could have been better, right? They saw medal, were like, I'll take this fight. Then somebody else spotted a player from WSB, I'll take this fight. So individually they were calling the fight and taking it without waiting for their teammates to respond. And especially I think once they all decided to rotate, right, in the ridge that they had, Saumraj to be left behind, I don't know what that decision was. I think I called it as well. Why is Saumraj lagging behind? Jelly had already spotted it. There's a vehicle. Seems to be that one player is still about to rotate, and Jelly kept that. As soon as Saumraj moved, Jelly put him down, and done was Entity spree. I think that's where these small minuscule decisions that you take cost a lot for you.
Marcus Gaming, if they stick together and play as a pack of wolves, they can do much better. And I know that they realize that. Probably in the rest of the games to come, or the rest of the days to play, they will be doing that, sticking together, giving the right kind of backup for a Spray God, or probably the rest of their teammates who are assaulters, and then taking the fight at the corners and making it inside the circle. I can see that coming already from the side of Marcus Gaming. But Team Soul, after this game, I don't know whether they'll be able to maintain the momentum. The circle predictions is going right, I agree on that, but those frontal battles which they're trying to register, even the map of Erangel, if not for Neo going in for the heal battle, both of them got finished off so easily.
Let's talk about what went down in map, and yes, we will talk about the Soul thing that happened. But Gamla boy, this is what we talked about. Individually, I think Entity were taking fights. Everybody had finishes of their own. That's the reason we cannot see that Gamla boy has like close to 70 or 80. He has 60, meaning the other players did contribute. But it could have been the case that the whole team as a whole, if they had contributed, maybe the winner chicken dinner could have been Entities. As you said, right, they had that hill, they had that cover, because of which they were able to take these individual fights. But I think after taking individual stuff, they should have moved towards a team game where they were able to clear off positions.
Clearing out blind was their primary objective, and once they had done that, then they knew that nobody's going to be backstabbing. So later on, their push became much more easier as they had a little bit of a high ground to work around as well. But I would want to see who are the other players who will be joining this man. Even before that, we'll be looking at the match rankings, where OR Esports again 13 finishes, 28 points in total, as Team Entity is going to be following them up with 10 finishes. Celsius with 7. Blind Esports getting an average of 8 yet again is going to be getting a very good position when it comes to the overall standings. Team Tamilas is the only team I want to point out over here, always getting an average of 4 to 5 in every single game. Slowly they'll be climbing up the ladder, but in case they don't have a big game by the end of today, they might suffer in the final days.
But at least I like their approach, how is kind of different from day 1 to day 2 and day 3, right? You can see they're inclined towards taking battles, while towards the day 1, I think it was all of them just going down immediately without realizing what happened, and then they had to stick to their placement points. So I really like it, especially these 8 teams that I'm seeing. Medal also making their comeback. As you can see, they got finishes and a total of 13 points here, which is really good. They were towards the last fight. Yes, it was only Paradox, but you saw Paradox was also still inclined to fighting. WSB as well making their way, right? Because we spoke about that, their downfall on day 2, and don't know, there was nothing that we kind of expected, and here on Miramar we spoke about that it should be different, and seems like they decided we will try to get points whichever is accessible, and I think it was most of placement points rather than finishes, because they were in crosshairs of Entity, Blind, and even OR also in certain directions.
Now let's see how things have turned out in the overall standings. I'm eager to see what's the point difference between that 11th or the 12th position which we keep speaking about, and 16th to the 18th position. All of that is going to be taking place after the break, giving you guys a small space, so you're going to refill all of your juices or whatever you want to eat, all your beverages, as me and Lucifer are going to have a cup of coffee, and we're going to be returning back soon on the other side.
which we wanted here on day 3 have started finally. I think first map, yes, we were a little bit dicey. I think it's going to be a tough one because the teams on top, they're only grabbing points. But after seeing the match rankings here, Arka, after Miramar, I have hopes that we can see a lot more that can change towards the end of these semi-finals.
Hopefully. And also yesterday's teams which actually made it come back, like Infinity, Team Empire, all of them are not able to find a proper footing in any map they're playing right now. So let's see. I mean, they've yet to play, if you see in that way. So in the next game, let's see how well they can perform, because the teams below them have already showcased really good games, especially for that of X-Park, especially, who have got back-to-back decent games. If you see, I know one amongst them was one of the best of them all. So even they have few more games to be played, so they are going to be prepared for new teams to come over here. But in the previous game, if you have to summon it up, which is that one team which actually made you feel, wow, this team is turning out to be an amazing team altogether in this tournament?
I think so far it's just OR. Like day one we saw them, right? We spoke about it. It seems like they look like they're disoriented. The calls are not working. It's just back and forth. They were able to just find one or two. But day 2 was completely a different picture, especially the last 2 maps. And right now we just broke the 2 different horizons of how 2 different teams are fighting, right? And I think that's OR right now who kind of made that awestruck make happen. Let's see how it kind of goes up for them. But right now, God's Reign, also one such team who were in the 8th spot, the top 8, are slowly getting pushed out. WSP also, finally, I like seeing this for them, that they are slowly making their way up. Otherwise they were slowly getting pushed out. Obey, they don't have to worry here, Aka. You mentioned about it, right? There are still teams such as Empire, Infinity, Obey. They have to play. They still have to play first game here on day 3.
Now, page 1 would have a very different story to say, right? I wanted to see what's the difference right there. But yeah, 69 points and an average is what teams need to aim right now to reach their medal. ESPORTS, AUTOBOTZ, Celsius, Insane, Marcus Gaming, Big Brothers, Godlike and Gladiator Esports. All these teams need to wake up in the rest of the games they're playing, or else the story will be way too different. Team Insane, they have 2 more games and they'll need approximately around 20 to 25 points to have that fighting chance yet again. Now let's not forget that Godlike Esports are also looking forward to show a little bit of a difference in their gameplay, because the rest of the teams already have showed us what they're capable of, and the fans of Godlike are expecting a little more better from this team.
Now again, let's telling our viewers, as fans as well as viewers, we would want to see them, but you need to also understand the bottom 3 teams that you just saw, Big Brothers, Godlike and Gladiators. They're already qualified for LAN. Their position is not under risk. They can only risk other teams' position. So for them, it's an experimental, I would say, semi-finals. They're trying different stuff, doing different stuff. They're picking up different weapons, maybe putting up scopes. We had this discussion, Arka, right? So that's what you need to look in terms of perspective of what they're able to do different, and is it nice or is it working out. Whereas other teams in the last page who were seeing, and you mentioned, right, 2 more games being there, especially for Marcos, AUTOBOTZ, Medal, Team Tamilas and WSP. Team Tamilas and WSP slowly moving up. One team which I want to see some movement happen is Medal. I am seeing them finding finishes, but they are getting eliminated without even getting 1 placement point, or maximum that they're getting is 1 or 2 placement points. So I think somewhere it's not matching for them in terms of the amount of efforts that they're putting, the amount of firepower that they're showing. I think they have to find a way that they never get stuck in a sandwich situation, Arka. As you can see, right, in even Miramar, Paradox was the last player. They were stuck in a sandwich. 3 teams fired at them, and their 1 player or 1 team couldn't find the frags in between 3 different teams.
See, again, we have different maps to be played from here on. Yes, Vikendi and SANHOK is also coming back, so in case your group is playing in that, you can use that wildcard to put a lot of points on the table. Miramar and Erangel is yet to be played. We still have the same set of groups playing both these maps. So one map is going to be all about being aggressive and the other one is going to be all about defensive. But we are able to see that few teams who are actually choosing to be a little offensive are sticking on to the strategy, because that is working out for most of the teams out there. And all those teams who are playing defensive are still not able to bear the wrath of the opponent teams who are rushing in towards them. So let's see what is going to be happening. Your expectations in the upcoming map of Miramar, like, are you expecting the same set of teams to be again winning, or the teams which have already experienced Miramar before this?
I think OR will look forward to closing it, because on Miramar they just did do it. They have Miramar again, and yesterday as well they started off on Miramar. So as we spoke about them, they're looking ready for it. But however, a different set of group is going to be entering here against A. So A is in the third game, whereas Group B is going to be playing their first game in day 3, in the day of comebacks. Now we spoke about comebacks, so I think even Necros mentioned this, so I would want to bring in MIDWAVE, right? Because I think the first day we saw MIDWAVE was just brilliant, and after that we expected a lot. Look forward to them pushing even further. But one more team which we saw their uprising pushed themselves towards the top 2 of the leaderboard was Team Empire. So they will be playing their first game here on Miramar. So I think I'm going to be having my eyes towards them. I think there's a lot of evolution that we saw from day 2 to day 3, I mean day 1 to day 2 from Empire.
We had an argument about which day is actually going to be the day of comeback. Is it today or tomorrow?
Yeah.
Right?
I said
now it's
today it's start, but tomorrow is going to be the actual comeback.
Yeah, I would like to agree with your statement right now, because I'm able to see that few teams who are actually making a comeback right now are getting stuck between that 16th, probably 14th to 16th position or 13th to 16th position. So tomorrow they will have to make a comeback. That scenario is going to start building up. But again, as I said, by the end of today, if you don't have that average of 70 to 80 points, then it's going to be so hard for you to think about a comeback tomorrow. So let's see which are the teams which will be concentrating on reaching that point, or reaching that average of 30 to 40 points every single day. But as of now, when we come into the map of Miramar, as you correctly pointed out, MIDWAVE Esports, Team Empire, all of these teams will have to make a strong comeback in this game itself. So if they have a right kind of start, probably they can accumulate more points in the games to come. But if they're aiming for that average, and if they get taken down somewhere in between those rotations, then it's all going to be hindering down to nothing but 0.
Yeah, and one more, right? Like Team Empire did show their uprising. I really enjoyed that, but I think I had higher hopes from Team TAMILAS, because they're the top team from the qualifiers and quarterfinals. Let's jump into Miramar and see if that is going to be the case, Arka. Can Team TAMILAS, because we did speak about it, day 2 to day 3, today they're showing aggression. They're fighting on Miramar and any map that is so forth, and they're picking up finishers. So this day 3, as we said, the comeback that they're trying to do is kind of working out, but they have to now find a semblance in terms of footing where they're able to find finishers and also rotate to a safer spot after finishing the fight.
Team TAMILAS, Mr. IGL, since he had been targeted 2 different times, so the position points have not been great. So I would really want to see, in case they're playing this game, will Mr. IGL find a footing for himself? As of now, it seems like I'm going to be bringing in the most excited caster amongst the 3 of us over here, who badly wanted to come in and show how his predictions have come out true. It's going to be Necros joining us on the desk over here. Necros, things have started in a very good note for the side of OR Esports, and you were wanting them to continue their assault. How are you feeling right now, and what are your expectations for the map of Miramar?
I mean, they are doing just wonderful. If you talk about OR, from the last 4 games that we've seen in the semi-finals, previous day last 2 games, and today's first 2 games, they have played exceptionally. But looking towards the circle, it seems that majority of the teams won't have to struggle finding a good spot inside the circle. They can just, complete their loot and just stay where they are put in, because specifically when the circle stays in Los Leones, we see a lot of clusters happening in the end circles, because there are a lot of compounds that you can hold in. There's a lot of compounds, or maybe we can also see a heal battle as coming in the way, because we've seen in the past days, but also in the compounded areas, we can actually experience a lot of clusters happening in the end circle.
Look at the center of the map at Los Leones region and southern side of it. We have OR Esports at Lab and Data. Then we have Team TAMILAS right to the center of all that action. Revenant Esports are just going to be friends for Team TAMILAS, as MIDWAVE Esports also are going to be the 2 ends of the sandwich. So it's going to be so hard for us to see which among these teams are actually going to go in, press the trigger and pick up those early finishes, because ultimately they're going to be the center of attraction for all the action to take place in the map of Los Leones.
If you talk about Team Insane Esports, they have taken a way too, different split or maybe a drop locations towards Minas Del Sur. We can see them in the extremities of the map, just keeping themselves separate from the other teams, not getting into any clustered drop location or maybe not taking any drop clash in between, because El Pozo was quite far from the flight path, as far as I remember, and for traveling to that place, yeah, that was definitely a good decision coming up from Team Insane. But as Midwave Esports is going to play in this match, and I already, before the start of the day, I talked with Lucifer and I told him that I'm expecting a comeback from the team. I really wish to see what they are, coming up with, how they are improving themselves from the day two that they had in the previous day.
Obey Esports. This is one of those teams who are also playing really well. I really like to see whether Kalan will be able to, do some magic. Those frontal battles which he's able to pick up. We saw yesterday one of the players of Obey Esports were also there in the top MVPs, having 13 finishes, if I'm not wrong. So the gun power is going right for them. It's all about their rotations and placing themselves at the perfect moment, at the perfect time. As Revenant Esports right now on our screens, do you think that Revenant Esports will be having a good day or a good outing today? Because by the looks of it, they were also suffering when it comes to the overall point standings.
Definitely, like they were lacking a lot in the ending phase. I would say they were having a good start. Every map they were playing, in the mid games also they were trying to cut down some pretty rotations. But I really expect Sensei to, you have played 2 days already. You know how the teams are functioning, how teams are playing, and this time he's a very experienced side. So I really hope to see some counter strats coming up from his end, because if you talk about the assaulters that he has, that is Fierce, Wixie, everybody as MJ as well. All of these assaulters are very well, but the problem that Revenant were facing was Sensei was also having the responsibility to step in as one of the prime assaulters, which beforehand it was not that case, because Fierce and Wixie were doing a tremendous job being on that side.
A lot of speculations coming on the desk, right, between me and you. We have been thinking that this could have gone wrong, this could have gone right, but I wonder what actually the players are thinking right now. I mean, most of them will be obviously be looking at the point standings. Most of them will be actually looking at the overall standings and wondering how better can we perform in the days to come. How better can we make sure that we have that position for ourselves into the top 12 and make sure that we go through into the LAN finals. Especially for the side of Godlike, was so low or at the bottom of the table right now. They have a lot of hopes and expectations to be met. They have a lot of assaults which they have to bring on board as well. Do you think that Godlike can do something different from here on?
I mean, they have to try it at least. They don't have the tension like the other teams to, we have to be in top 11. We need to qualify for the LAN.
Exactly.
And that's a pressure. They don't have that kind of pressure in their heads. It's just that they need to focus on their gun game, their strategies of how they are implementing their plans inside the game and getting the much more profitable result. So that's what I think that they need to focus on. But as of now, Team TAMILAS, another team I would like to talk about Arga, because like from the past few couple of matches, we can see them trying to go for those finishes and getting as many points as possible.
Now, this is where Team Soul, once they understand there's a free finish lying somewhere around, they're immediately going to rush and try to pick that up. Neo has already made his way into the building, so Mr. Erangel, no matter how much he tries, he won't be able to find that person. He's calling for his teammates to come in a bit more closer and give the right kind of backup if required. But Mr. Erangel needs to peek over towards the window, because if he stays over there expecting those audio cues to come through, then the story can be different. Yesterday, I did see in one of the tournaments that players did jump on that small air conditioner which is lying around, or these ridges at the side, and try to save themselves from the team rushing inside the building. So let's see any of these professional teams also thinking the same as well, as Team Soul's concentration now is going to be on the players of Team TAMILAS, who will be stepping forward to save their teammate on the ceilings. As Neo, the right call out, is already seen two players rushing through. Goblin will be getting a lot of shots through those windows. As Team TAMILAS versus Team Soul, how long will this fight elongate?
Oh, there's one player from Team Soul who I guess decided to take a flank. It should be Omega. He went out with the vehicle through a different distance, and
Yes.
maybe he wants to go all over the back and have a off angle to get with the players taken down of Team TAMILAS. While Mr. IGL, he's taking a big move, and now he's deciding to fall back through the smokes, making a complete smoke pathway for himself. A good decision for Team TAMILAS, and if he can manage it up quite safely, yeah, the plan got succeeded, and eventually Mr. Igel, he will have some time to heal himself up. While WSP, this team, I'm really hoping for them also to make a good comeback, because what it seems is like they lack a little bit of experience.
Speaking about experience, I want to go back to the previous fight we saw, right? Team Tamilas, they jumped and they made it back, especially Mr. IGL, obviously because there was no windows on the other side of the building. If you have played Miramar a lot, then you would have understood as to how you can balance it out. And this is also one of those things I wanted to point out at Neo, the way he jumped from the building with no damage. Mr. IGL also could have done the same and saved his resources. It's all about how well you can maintain your resources in the early phases of this game, so that in the final circles you're going to have ample amount of it to play and get those finish fights, or probably get those healings as well.
Exactly, and you will know it. We are seeing a lot of heal battles coming up. So if any kind of situation arises that you are needed to do a heal battle in order to get those points, you will still have at least even one first aid makes a lot of difference, as we can say. But Omega spots down a location that is Revenant Sensei just trying to go around and maybe try to gather the intel, but he just walks past as Insane Esports engages with Marcus Gaming on the southern side of the circle.
Omega, somehow he was able to punch the air at the final moment to avoid the fall damage. But yes, what he was trying to do is again go in for some more shots to restrict the side of Revenant, or probably get a knock, as Team Insane far away. They are going to be getting one finish against the side of Marcus Gaming. Another one might be following up, as I can see Sprayguard bleeding out in the waters. And it's going to be hard for him to actually come ashore, or probably allow his teammates to go swim closer and get that revival as well. Marcus Gaming, not the right kind of start we were expecting from them in the map of Miramar. But yes, two players can do wonders if they stick together.
But I really want to ask you, okay, at this point, Marcus Gaming, we all know that the players that they have in their lineup, they're brilliant as an individual. You've talked about Spraygod, Sayam, Aladdin, Vexy. But every time we are seeing them completely fumble in the fights on a 4v4 fight that they're taking. Why is it that?
I would still say, since this is a team game, you need to think as a team, you need to work as a team, rather than going in and playing as an individual game. But I would still consider as one of the factors to be the assaulters not sticking together has become a major issue for the side of Marcus Gaming. One is one is Spraygod coming in, a very good assaulter. He'll need the right kind of backup as well. He'll need the right kind of loadout to lead the fight. And the other person from the side of Marcus Gaming has to be the names from the side of Marcus Gaming, because right now I'm going blank looking at what is happening over here.
I mean, Sayam, Vexy.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Vexy is one of those players, right? So if Vexy and Spraygod stick together and they can take the fight at the doors of the enemies, and the backup will be coming in from the side of Sayam and Aladdin, story can be way too different. Since I can see that Spraygod and Vexy are staying away from one another, then it becomes Sayam and Aladdin trying to give backup for their respective assaulters. Now the team is divided. They're staying away from one another, and becomes hard for the side of Marcus Gaming to take any kind of fights.
Yeah, that's for sure. And being said that, we can see Team Infinity outside of the circle. They're way too far, and they're in the areas of junkyard. Maybe trying to go for some slow rotation. We have seen them in the past few games. They want to steer a kind of phase very silent to the very starting phase of game, trying to play it safe, not to indulge themselves in those early fights, and then in the later stages or in the final stages, they come in and maybe try to go for those third parties and gather as many finishes as possible.
The footsteps coming closer. That would have made them understand that they need to stay silent as Autobots are going to be walking into the jaws of death. Vexy is going to be welcoming them. Look at that, 3 finishes already, and he's going to be picking up one more. As I said, if Marcus Gaming stick together, they can do wonders. As Mr. Spray, the last man standing for the side of Autobots right now, will have to do a lot of work over here, but eventually Vexy is going to become sexy and get that final nail in the coffin as well. 3 finishes for him as Aladdin has given the right kind of backup. Marcus Gaming, they're going to be welcoming such finishes with open arms. What a gameplay coming in from their side.
Oh, that's gonna hurt a lot to Autobot side. Never expected someone to be holding that position, that too with a DBS. We know it's a very deadly weapon if it's in the close range. And Vexy utilized that position so nicely. 1v3 for himself and 4 finishes in the bag of Marcus Gaming. Though they still have 2 players, but one, and that's what you mentioned earlier. They need one assaulter to have a little bit of support that Aladdin provided brilliantly. But looking towards the circle, Aka, it has gone to the eastern side, and it will help Team Infinity to have a good chunk of position inside the circle.
Godlike, under fire, gets one knock as well. I mean, I'm still wondering what Godlike is thinking right now. Yesterday, the same position, or the first day, we saw the Team Soul holding the same position. They're able to pull off a chicken dinner, and they'll be looking forward to place themselves at the southern side of Los Leones itself. But Godlike, not expecting anybody over here and taking the rotation right to the center of the city, it is costing them a lot.
Soul are still trying to find out some values. You know, they have the intel that WSP is holding on up there above that hill. But Team Tamilas, they are in the compounds. Not an easy place, or I would say not an easy rotation if they want to go up on that mountain to take the fight against Team WSB. It can be a big bad decision. But again, coming down to Team Godlike, losing their IGL, the first one to go down is Shadow. Johnson, Clutchgod, and Seagod, 3 of the players will be remaining. But do you think, Aka, that not having Neo in the lineup is affecting Godlike a little bit in their gunpower?
I wouldn't agree on that, because Jonathan is still there, right? He's one man who's well known for his gunpower. So Z-God and Clutchgod very well know that if you let this guy alone, he's always played that Freeman as well for the team, if you see the roles. So if Neo was there for the team, I don't think so he would have added any kind of, you know, gunpower to support Jonathan. It's not going to help. He's a Freeman. He's just going to move around, get as many finishes as possible. The rest of his teammates, what they'll have to do is grab all the attention. So if Shadow is still able to grab the attention and not able to sustain, then that is the problem coming in from the side of Shadow. He needs to adapt to the circumstances and the situation which Godlike is rotating around from the beginning itself.
Those early casualties has always been always made a drastic difference to every team's rotation, or maybe the entire game that they're playing. Yeah, even Godlike. Let be Godlike. Any team who faces those early casualties has to face many problems in the later stages of the game, when you need those numbers to stay alive and, you know, have a little bit of intel all over the areas inside the circle. Specifically if you talk about OR is one of the prime examples I would like to tell, because all the 4 players, you know, they look after all different directions, gather the info that they need, and act according to that situation that they are put into. But now, with Tamilas, they will be behind that position. But Clutchgod, his vehicle is completely smoked out, and he needs to stay safe, because if he goes further, he will go kaboom.
This is what I speak about Godlike making mistake every single time. Coming to the center of the circle is unnecessary for them. Johnny on one side is picking up frags after frags, making sure that, you know, he has that 2-3 points which on an average which the team needs by finishes. It's important for the rest of his teammates to somehow not be in the open, try to find a perfect cover for the team in case Johnny will have to change his position, then give him the right kind of cover fire. They will have to come up with a strategy like that. Z-God finally realizes sticking to Johnny will be a better thing to do. He puts up smokes as well. Now we'll have to see what they're actually planning. Are they trying to change their position and try to find themselves a high ground? Or are they trying to restrict WSB from making it inside the circle? The next circle, which is going to be forming up anytime soon, is going to reveal a lot of answers for the questions we're putting on screen right now.
Oh, we see Medal Esports also one by one getting picked off. Kyoya was there, but around the corners, if I'm not wrong, Vexy got taken down by Playzone. And is it going to mark the end of Marcos Gaming? Yes, it is. They will be getting taken down outside of the Playzone without having any resources to themselves. Medal Esports, you can see them just rotating with 3 of their players as of now, expecting them to bounce back. They have lost the momentum, I believe, that they were having a few days back, because they were playing brilliantly. The gun game and the entire strategy that they were building was immense. But Revenant, they don't have a single finish point as of now, and we see MJ and Apollo both being taken down. So this is going to make a lot of pressure on the side of Sensei at this point, because he's not having the strong assaulters in his hand, and now he has to do a lot of job by himself.
Sensei has been lately taking that role up as an assaulter, and he's doing wonders as well. So probably if they can actually make Sensei survive until the final moments of the game, the story can change a little bit, as Medal Esports will be coming into the crosshairs of Obey, who already got 4 finishes in their name. I would like to see how much more damage is Obey going to inflict. 1 finish is what I confirmed through the point standings, but I saw them spray down a lot of teams. Probably the revival has come through as well. Look at the circle. The next circle is going to be shifting. Oh my goodness. Team Soul to the epicenter. They're going to be happy to welcome everyone else with a pour of bullets. Where is Godlike? At this point of time, I don't see Godlike's name anywhere on the map. Oh, there they are on the northern side of the map. Zigard gets knocked off. Jonathan is going to be left alone as he'll have to make it inside the circle. The smokes were put off just for such a gameplay to come off, as Jonathan comes to the corner of the circle. He's got to be stopped in his tracks and knocked out as well. This is not what we were wanting from the side of Godlike, as Clutch God is going to remain inside one of those hard compounds, waiting for the circle to be forming up, or probably trying to do his best to get as many finish points as possible. Johnny, 2 finishes and out of this game.
Nothing can be done in that case. He was completely, kind of giving rotation between both the teams, like Team Tamilas on the right, left he had WSB. But yeah, WSB again, every time we see this team, grabbing a good spot inside the circle, but could not manage to get all the finish points or the amount of points that they should actually take after being in such a sweet spot. But Team Tamilas, they are exactly outside of the circle to come up front, and that too in the open. Clutch God, he has a big opportunity. He's got a lot of not a lot of utils, but still a lot of ammunition to take down players if he wants to. Is it going to be that easy? Because on the other hand, we see Insane getting beaten up by Reckoning. That can be a bad news for them.
WSB showing all their prowess, just making sure they have as many finishes as possible. Who are esports as well, that is what they were concentrating on. So probably even if they're getting eliminated from here on, they're not going to have any kind of issue. A good grenade comes in from the side of WSB, gets 2 knocks. Raiden looking very strong. We were wanting WSB to perform similarly and get as many finishes as possible. Some more grenades are going to be tossed in, and MIDWAVE esports are going to be in the receiving end of things, as Insane is going to be confirming most of those players, probably eliminating the side of MIDWAVE esports as well. Let's see, before the confirmation come on our screens, how many of them are still standing. Vexy going in for a revival with Aru. The IGL needs to be coming back on his feet, as Insane is going to be rushing in. It's the rest of the players, that is Infinity, to survive for the longest time possible until the end of these players.
MIDWAVE has got a big opportunity. If they can rain down some nades over the side of Insane Esports, they might be getting a squad wipe, as well as we see Team Infinity. They're backing off a little bit. Evil, on the other hand, is getting frags on a different area. But Clowny, he's quite up close towards Insane. As soon as the smoke goes out, the position of MIDWAVE's players will be exposed to Team Insane. They need 2 good nades to finish off things, while MIDWAVE, they're just running short in numbers. But the circle is going to go towards the southern side, favoring again Team Soul as well as Obey Esports. At this point, the only 2 teams surviving, but that nade would have made a big connection. But Aru is breathing on very low edge.
This is the push which Vexy wanted to do for a really long time. He's going to be pushing in, will be getting 1 knock at least. But TBS on the other side had already put down Aru, and eventually Vexy was the last man to go down. Medal Esports, a good push coming in from their side, but they did not watch out for another team which was always there in the backlines doing the damage. Insane, The last man breathing this time is going to be Harsh. Have got 9 decent finishes already, so they don't have to worry if they get taken down, as Infinity were waiting to capitalize on those fights. Will be capitalizing to perfection, as Punku's one good grenade is going to say goodbye for the entirety of Team Infinity.
They've got a lot of finishes out there, but WSP still struggling. They do have 6 finishes in their pocket. 4 in the name of Raiden. Zerif and Sap, they're yet to open the bank accounts, but yo, it's Max. He goes down. OR Esports, they had lost Jelly on an early note, but Mac is certainly solo survivor, and I don't think he's going to run for very longer. And that good form of streak matches ends here for OR Esports as WSP take a charge up at this point. As Infinity, they will be facing a lot of trouble. Clowny's knocked out. Punk is just lying behind this buggy. Nobody had the intel of it.
I just love the way Punk took advantage of that. You know, he was camouflaged behind the buggy. Even though he went down early, he did take those finishes in his name. So all these teams who are getting eliminated right now have got decent amount of finishes. Whereas Revenant on the other side, trying to play for position points, is right now in deep trouble. Oh, WSB was left out with Zerif. He'll have to revive Raiden and then take him forward inside the circle. Team Soul holding that very position is now starting to dominate, tossing grenades in every look and corner. Probably right now concentrating on Revenant is going to be the priority. If they get one grenade through to perfection, they'll be getting 2 knocks. There it is. A lot of damage to the splash radius. But Goblin, lucky for the side of Reckoning Esports, will run out of first aids. I mean, he's going to run out of throwables, and due to which they're going to survive.
Goblin, he tried to get those openings, but still, you know, sometimes when you don't have a decent angle like that, it always creates a lot of problems. But here, Metal Esports, they have got the height advantage. They're almost inside the set. The pump goes down. Goblin, he opens up. Now he gets one frag, and probably that will mark the end of Team Infinity as well. Metal Esports in the top 5. They need to make sure to get as many finishes as possible. But we see Zerif going for the heal battle this time in order to grab placement points for him.
He's just got 27 bar 23 bullets left out right now. Neo still persistent in putting down those teams, but WSB Zerif, who's trying to make it inside the circle, chose a heal battle way, will not be getting much out of it, if you see, because there are several teams inside the circle who are still intact. We don't have to take any kind of fight, so they're going to survive for a brief period of time as Paradox gets finished off. It's Kyoya and Top Dog. Responsibility is on the shoulder to somehow escape the assault coming in from the side of Soul. They don't have smokes. They don't have a vehicle to work around with. Neo, last 40 bullets and another 10 left out. With this 4x, he's not able to do much damage. All he'll have to do right now is depend on the taps rather than going in for sprays, because most of it is not connecting right now.
What can Revenant do if they move forward from the open area? They will be spotted by Obey as well as Medley. But Goblin goes down. Obey are playing tremendously well at this point. They do have the elevation. They do have a big, huge compound in their name. But at the very end, they are also almost in the circle. So it is not going to bother them a lot. But 4 teams, as it seems. All the 4 POVs of the players. Shadow is having his visuals over Team Soul as Kyoya connects a nade and gets Sensei down, as Fierce will be the solo player surviving, and he cannot even take the risk to go for the survival. And as it seems, Revenant, they're in some big trouble.
Metal Esports, now Fierce can actually get those finishes in his name. Neo is going to be persistent to get that, as well as Evil is going to be for the side of... I don't know how many first got. Until now, Fierce could have made it inside the circle, to be frank, because Team Soul's concentration was completely on Metal Esports, so they had a little bit of an opening to do. 5 first aid is what Revenant is holding for themselves. They've got a decent 10-pointer when it comes to those placement points, but no finish points can be taken from here on. So obviously Team Soul will now have to concentrate on Obey Esports on the other side of this road. 2 different teams and 2 different compounds. Which amongst them has more area when it comes to the final circle? Which amongst them have the better crosshairs placed? But the prediction game is now going to come. The trade game is now going to come into action. Obey versus Team Soul. Which amongst them will be getting that chicken dinner? Let's wait and watch.
He's giving up the position because he knows he won't be surviving, and not giving the finish point to any other team to benefit them with that 1 point. But still, Obey, I can say that Evil, where he's holding on that rooftop, can be a little bit of an advantage for Team Obey to have a little, upper ground and maybe create some good angles. Running on ammunition, he just got 18 ammo in his AUG, and that was done. He could not even finish out Goblin from that position, but he will be getting the revival, that's for sure. But that grenade gave a lot of damage to Omega. He is still there with the 1 win. He dealt a lot of damage and instantly will be taken down by Evil with that UMP cover. And as we speak, Obey, they're advancing towards that area. Shadow has been taken down. It's a 3v3 fight. Is coming down. Team Soul versus Team Obey.
What I actually observed was only one first stage in all of these hands of Obey Esports. So eventually they had to think about going in for a heal battle, but ultimately since they're choosing the hard way in or going in for those fights, the grenades are working out to perfection. Goblin again living up to his name of being the god, so he's going to be restricted by Evil from far away. Team Soul is left out with 3 other players, and I see 3 first aids or 2 first aids in the hands of Neo or probably to someone else, and Team Soul now have got a great upper hand as Evil will be the last man standing. Omega and Hector can come in from 2 different directions and make sure that they put an end for the side of Team oh my goodness, Obey, and Evil comes out in the open, has done the biggest mistake of his life, and Team Soul is going to be registering the final finish out there. The Molotov gave me a little bit of a scare where I had to stop speaking, but ultimately Team Soul, the fans are going to be happy with the performance coming up from this team, holding on to that position for a brief period of time, having patience, and patience is the key when you have the right position in the game of BGMI.
A 4th chicken dinner for Team Soul in the entire semi-finals, and the 2nd chicken dinner for them in today's day. What a game, what a day it is turning out to be for Team Soul. Yes, they don't have a huge number of finishes, but does that even matter? I don't think so, because you're getting 15 placement points, and if you even take like 5 or 6 finishes, that's more than enough for you to get 20 to 21 points in a single match.
Agreed. And at the same time, I would like to point out as to how the rotation matters for any team. Team Soul early rotation gave chance for Goblin to perform like that, where he took down 2 players, one with a grenade and one with that deadly org in his hand. But whereas the side of Godlike, who did not choose to rotate properly inside the circle, even though they had one of the strongest peoples or the strongest firepower in their team, they failed miserably not having the circle for themselves. So this is how an IGL can actually place you and bring you at the right time at the right spot.
It does seem like a lot of problems have happened, but yeah, good to see WSP also stepping up. They have got around like 8 frags for themselves. They had the height advantage. They utilized it completely, troubling all the players of Team Godlike, Team Tamilas, also Team Empire. Wiping them out with 0 finishes was probably the biggest move that they had done. But we'll have a quick look on the highlights that actually happened in this map of Miramar to recapitulate all the moments that we maybe missed or maybe we witnessed as well.
This was the moment where Marcus Gaming, the importance of sound cues, this is what I keep speaking about, they kept silent. They did turn around also to see where the teams were coming in from, and once they start stepping into the crosshairs, all they had to do was press the triggers. So did Admino against the side of WSP. He took down Zap and continued his assault, whereas far away, the 3-way Mexican standoff between the side of MIDWAVE Esports, Insane, as well as the side of Infinity, where Infinity was watching all this action to take place, and eventually when the time was right, all they did was hammer down the final player and get themselves that chicken win. Or probably get themselves that finish.
One after another, even if you talk about Zap and everybody. Raiden played a very good role, but Punk in this moment, when even after his 2 of the teammates got taken down, he was so calm and composed, not giving his position details, but still it was WSB who got all the finishes with Team Soul. That position, that compound won them the game that they wanted for a longer period of time.
Yeah, and also the number of bullets which Team Soul had was way too low. See, Neo has got last 30 to 20 bullets over here. Then he had to move around collecting some bullets from his teammates. Whereas Shadow, this was the moment I would say that Obey lost it. Shadow was not at all watching what was happening from the other side. Goblin had already done the damage. He got revived at the final moments, and that is how important it is for you to have all 4 men standing in the final circle. Just imagine when the knock came through against Goblin and he was left out with 1 HP. Someone else has finished him off. Obey would have had the 3v4 situation, and you not being predictable inside a building and having 2-3 different windows from which you can have that angles to take down the opponents. Team Soul knows how to play that kind of a game, and eventually they grab that chicken dinner by its throat.
Definitely, the way they played was really awesome, and they kept their calm very nicely. They're not overextending, not trying to go out and take the fights, because they knew Goblin. He was trying to get the frags of Revenant. He knew that there are two players or one player holding that particular area. He tried to go for those nades and maybe trying to get those finishes, but he instantly decides, let's not push. Let's just come back and stay as calm as we are, and we'll have the chicken in the game. But with that being said, this match comes to a very end. But for now, we're going to take a little bit of short break. We will be right back with the next match of Erangel on the other side. Then stay with us.
lost again. I don't wanna run from all of this. I'm bulletproof, nothing to lose.
After a hot and powerful performance coming up from the side of Team Seoul and in that in the map of Miramar, we are back again with Skyesports Championship 5.0 semi-finals day number 3, which is powered by AMD, gaming partners Zebronics and broadcast partner Loco. This side across alongside me is going to be Arka joining me live on the desk. But Arka, what do you have to say about the final fight we saw between the 4 teams?
I mean, it was all about the game of patience, if that's the right way to say it, because they knew that once in... See, ultimately for me, if you had asked me what Seoul did right, it would have been waiting for the opponents to rush in. because they knew the grenades won't be going that far. So as soon as they understood that now they are in my projectile, that is when they started tossing. So that was one thing which sold it right. But as of now, we'll be looking at the most valuable player of the previous game. It has to be Panku from the side of Team Infinity. The IGL doing wonders over here yet again. He waited for those two teams of MIDWAVE as well as the side of Team Insane to take those fights and picked up those finishes with a contribution of 71%.
He played brilliant, and especially that helped a lot for Team Infinity to come inside the circle a little late and got the finishes in from the edges of the circle. But again, 22 points Team Soul, they are bagging up for themselves, which will give them the privilege to jump a bit more higher in the overall standings. But also Obey Esports, have to give them credits. They do have 4 finishes, but total of 16 points that they're securing because of the placement points that they received. But still a calm and composed, I would say a more patience game definitely coming up from Obey's side. Medal Esports, finally, after a long number of matches, they have made it up to the top 3.
Oh, Infinity as well as Obey, all these teams, Medal Esports, these were the teams who had to retain their positions and they played it really well. Whereas Godlike and Team TAMILAS still not able to find themselves a good average in all these games, might be under question. I would rather not add a Godlike in this question or probably in this statement, but Team TAMILAS and AUTOBOTZ, these two teams who are still fighting for their position in the LAN event right now, are gonna have a tough run ahead.
That's for sure, but eventually the performance that OR Esports were having so far was somehow completely ignored, or maybe they're taken down, not allowing themselves to open up in this map of Miramar, because they just got 1 point out of this. But the next match, it is going to be between Group A and Group B. That too, map of Erangel that we are all waiting for, because Erangel has always been, I would say, the most comfortable map for all the players who actually come inside the lobby and they're looking forward to get some more points, because this map, it gives every other team the equal amount of, I would say, opportunities, or maybe the preferences through which you can go with the rotation and keep your strategies up close with yourself.
Yep, speaking about strategies, I'm looking forward to seeing from now on, it's going to be 3 different maps to be played, right? We have Erangel, Vikendi and SANHOK, and it's going to be so different every single time they step in. One map is going to force you to take those fights, and another one is going to default put you in a position where you have to take those fights, and the third one you can choose to either go in for a heal battle or probably play for position points. So let's see how things will turn out in the map of Erangel. From here on, probably we're gonna have a small change when it comes to the groups which is going to be played, but ultimately I'm able to understand one more thing, is that the final few games are going to be played by at least one group which is going to be taking 3 maps straight.
That's for sure. Every team, they want themselves to be in a very prime and a most valuable spot in the overall standings, to be in the top 11 and qualify for the LAN. And if also you want to be up in a VIP spot, or you want to be in a valuable point in the entire stadium of where the LAN is going to be in Bangalore, make sure to take part in the contest of Loco VIP, and make sure to get yourself Loco VIP as well by 21st of this month, because by the end of the semi-finals we will be having that one lucky winner who will be traveling to our LAN that is going to take place from November 1st to November 5 in Koramangala Stadium, Bangalore, and take access of all the, I would say, interaction with the players and everything. But without talking any further, we'll hop onto the game as Erangel awaits us.
Yes, the default map where every viewer knows how this map is going to be played, where every dunes, every compound, I mean, it's like etched in the brains of all the viewers watching out there, as well as the players, as the flight path or the 2 corners of the flight path are going to be one from Novo or ending up towards Novo, starting off all the way to the northern side of Quarry. This is going to be a very, very interesting flight path, because from here on, if teams have to go towards Yasnaya, Severny shooting range, Northern Georgia Apartments, Zarki as well as Stolba are going to have a very, very, very long journey up ahead. I know, Necro, now you'll be having a break for yourself, so I'm going to be inviting Sam back on the desk in the map of Erangel, because the last time when we both were doing when we were discussing about the map of Erangel, it was something phenomenal between the side of OR, Soul and Team X Park. Are you expecting something similar in this map as well?
Now, I wish I would want to have seen the similar situation unfold, but however, Group C is not going to be playing here, so X-Pac will sit this out here on Erangel. But I hope a similar situation happens where we end up seeing the death zone happening, where all teams crumble, and it is just somebody losing their nerves towards the end. However, Arka, I do like the flight path in itself. I was asking in the start when Necros was here that I want extreme ones. I've had enough of diagonal flight path, so I'm enjoying the flight path that we just witnessed right above Quarry and Endo towards Nova Repnoi. But I want to see where the circle is going to be. Is it going to take a shift towards the complete north, where you can see no teams are taking control of that? But okay, plain and simple central circle. Now I'm not happy, Aka.
I mean, you can't expect everything, right?
Yeah. One by
So
one, that's all.
Yeah, one at a time. And but Godlike on the other side are expecting too much from their gun power, and it seems like they're reaping benefits out of it, as well as Z-Guard will be getting a knock and a confirmation as well. This time it's going to be AUTOBOTZ who will be on the receiving end of things. Gladiator Esports are not playing in the previous map and in this map. Priorities are set, right? They know they have a land ticket already in the hand, and since they were playing 3 men and they were failing, they were like, you know what, all 4 players, once we are set, that is when we're going to be coming back and playing this game. But as of now, looking at what's ahead in front of us, Godlike starting off on a very good note. Were you expecting that, or do you want them to continue that?
I think I was looking forward to it, because we did speak, right, in terms of how it has been changing. Like Godlike also is trying many different things. You just spoke about Gladiators having their slot, same as Godlike, but we've seen in the recent performances that Godlike, they're trying to bring that old Godlike back, firepower, heavy, winning titles, getting MVP for Jonathan. But it's just that the game meta has also quietly changed. But right now, before we tread more on that topic, it seems to be a fight. Marcos and Team TAMILAS.
Oh, Siam places a grenade to perfection. Team TAMILAS, not the right kind of start for them yet again. They need to survive. They need those possession points, an average of 10 to 12 in every single game. If they fail over here, it's just that the average is going to increase by another 2 points for the rest of the games they have to acquire. But still, it's going to be Maxi who's knocked out, and Manti has got a very good vantage point. From here on, he can do a damage if somebody pushes against him. He can not only go in for the revival, but also he can just wait out for his teammates to rotate around and grab the attention of Marcus Gaming. As we can see, the 2 of the players are now going around Primorx area and coming back to reunite with their teammates.
Yeah, much crucial rotation. But I just hope this kind of yields in a fight. Team VT very early on, and I think I'll be more than happy now. Finally, Maxi is also back in, so the revive will be done.
No.
But for that, Spray swings, here's the vehicle, and gets one player again knocked. So Team TAMILAS, they've been forced to knocks one after another.
Spray got 6x with an M249. I mean, just imagine how much more can he do when it comes to mid-range battles.
Yeah.
As Siam will be pushing forward, he knows the location of Manti, and if Manti has not realized that Siam's cooking up a grenade right to his face, it's going to be deep trouble. He misses it by just a little, as Manti has got that splash radius damage. And from here on, Team TAMILAS are patiently going to wait for the opponents to make a mistake. There it is, Maxi with that UMP. Oh my god, and double peek against the side of Spray God is not going to be rewarding them good, as Dragon also gets knocked out. Now Team TAMILAS in deep trouble. They'll have to not only guard this position, but will also have to finish off the side of Marcus Gaming. The revivals are also coming through, as the grenade is going to be tossed in. Siam gets knocked out again. It's going to be even between these 2 teams. Can Vexi also go down with the next grenade coming in? It seems like he can. And Manti will now have to pull off a 1v2 or a 1v1. He's going in for the revival as of now, as Aladdin's going to be pushing in with Spray God. Let's see who's going to be standing top.
It is going to be Marcos. And brilliantly played was again Spray God, leading that charge with that M249, right? If that knock did not come through Arka, I think maybe there was a chance that Team TAMILAS could have kind of countered this fight and won this Primorsk area for themselves. But brilliantly played, much needed aggression from Marcos to keep climbing the ladders. But also one fact is going to be that this is going to be their last game for the day. They're going to be done with 4 games. So I think Marcos, because we already spoke about this, today is going to be the start of the day of comebacks, and tomorrow is going to be the actual comeback if you have staged something today. So great start here for Marcos. Let's hope they continue it.
I have to bring in another point of Team Tamilas out here. Gokul has been that assaulter who's been targeted every single time, knowingly or unknowingly. So since the team is relying too much on this one man's firepower, it's become hard for them. And also Marcus Gaming, me and Necro were having a conversation and he asked me what Marcus Gaming can do better to get those finishes in their name. I said stick together, make sure that Spraygod and Vexy sticking together will be looking forward for an assault, and it seems like that has worked out to perfection. 2 finishes on either of these guys' shoulder, and the rest of the support coming in from their teammates, where Siam was the punching bag for the team, taking all those knocks and punches. It allowed the rest of them to get that assault.
Back again here on OR's end of it. And we spoke about OR before I kind of left the desk, and thought maybe OR has a lot more in terms of winner chicken dinner, but I think how the teams have been playing, it's really a nice sight to see that we expected those staged comebacks slowly happening, and it is happening. And I think so far a lot of these teams, as you can see, they're reaching that century mark, that triple digit mark, making it harder for the teams in the second and the third page in terms of keeping themselves on the top. Thankfully, this is the semi-finals. It's all about qualifying. So therefore, they do not have to be worried a lot that, oh wait, we are not on the top spots. But they still have to be worried that if there are teams reaching these triple digit marks, meaning that you guys have access to fewer points, they're snatching that away from you, and I think that's when the team needs to have the wake up call, especially for WSP. I think they had it little in the previous game that we saw, which was I think Miramar, and then again we saw Miramar. So when it kind of went back and forth, so WSP continuous 2 games to keep up that momentum is something that I wanted to see from them, because again WSP, it's also their last game here on Erangel.
Several perspectives is what we are trying to put in front of the viewers.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I would want to know, someday when I meet these teams, I really want to understand what kind of pressure they actually undergo. Is it actually the pressure of trying to survive until the end, or is it the pressure of trying to get those early finishes so that they can have an easy game? Because when we sit and speculate over here, it's easy for us to put words out of our mouth, but
yeah,
for players out there, they're walking on fire.
I think you already kind of mentioned of what players kind of go through. They are on fire. I mean, they have a set strategy of a drop location and how they would want to rotate, how they will communicate off each other. But right, there is also that situation where we kind of say that, okay, if this player goes down, then the other players play in this play. And out of that strategy, it doesn't happen. Now, just for example, that because we are in front of a base screen, maybe Evil is the first person to go down, then the other players, Karlan, Shadow and Spy do have a strategy. But imagine if Spy goes down and then they're like, oh wait, this is not something that was written in our strategy book. And I think that's where teams kind of have a lot of ifs and buts situation, and they kind of lose their comms. And yeah, this is one kind of scenario I have when speaking to teams. I got to know that when an outcome or a play happens out of what they had thought of, they kind of lose their senses as well as lose their footing and try to figure out newer strategies on the go, which is not normal and or the teams are not used to, and that's where they start making the mistakes. So far I think Soul, after understanding the mistake which kind of happened in the second map, they immediately kind of bounce back, right? We saw them having the circle. It was in Miramar map number 2. In third map, Miramar, immediately they knew they were in a 1v1 fight against Obey. Obey made the mistake, even though they had the advantage, was that they didn't provide cover fire. And I think that's what we are talking about. If teams are able to adapt and make changes on the go, they'll get better and get to their winner chicken dinners.
I couldn't have put that better. But now we are able to see that few teams are actually concentrating on getting their, hard locations or probably hard covers closer to the shorelines. With the circle like this, most of them will be thinking the same as well. Whereas GODLIKE still sticking on to their old strategy and still experimenting, maintaining a large distance of 80 to 100 meters from one another, and then trying to take those fights and trying to find angles of giving a backup. Let's see how that is going to turn out for them. Revenant again on the receiving end of things. Atanki is not going to miss much. He's going to be putting down Sensei as well. The second finish goes in his name, as it's going to be hard from MG and Fierce from here on to actually rotate around and avoid all those gunshots, as MJ is now going to be the next target and shots are going to be put in against him as well. Luckily, his back tire did not go off as early as the opponents expected, and now he's going to be regrouping with Fierce, expecting some friends to be knocking at their doorsteps. And are they prepared for that assault?
Revenant were the ones to start the fight. It was against Medal. Medal made their way through Nova Ripnoi Bridge, and Revenant thought, oh wait, it's going to be easy pickings. Never accounted the fact that the circle is taken a central shift, meaning all the teams will be around or inside the circles. And that mistake had to pay a hefty price. 2 players gone. And midwave, even though medal players were knocked, I don't think any finishes were found. I'll confirm that shortly. But I think brilliant play coming through. But one team I would want to see a lot happening is going to be Team Infinity. Yesterday we saw one winner chicken dinner coming in from their end. And after that we thought that we would have maybe seen a lot more from them. It didn't. Maybe it didn't happen, or it wasn't the case, and therefore we saw them in the overall standings, right? They were towards the second page, towards the 11, 12, 13 position, which is again not the great spot to be at. So I just hope it's going to be different today. Midwave, the ones who just picked 2 players off Revenant, have 2 finishes for themselves, as you can see. And I am again looking forward to Medal, and now I can confirm that Medal, they did not lose any players. Even though there was a knock, they revived them and they're back on their foot. Whereas Revenant, they've been cleaned off. So this is like some weird fights, but looks like Jonathan got in a little bit of a tussle. Not too sure from where he received the spray, because you can see his left side of that buggy, there's no wheels and there are no mechanics to change it, so he needs to find a different vehicle. But right now, Godlike's intentions to find a safe spot.
Can they in this open field? Because we can see several teams are having a high ground for themselves, and it's going to be easy picking just in case they come into the crosshairs. Who are esports? They would have heard the buggy closer to them, so they'll also be looking forward to take some fights. By the mindset they've played so far, I can say that they'll be looking forward to get any kind of finishes or any possible fights, whichever they can involve themselves into. As Reckoning Esports is going to be one of those teams I really want to speak about right now, because they had a split. One of the players went down to military base region and the rest of them were at the ferry pier. We saw that team TE, that is Team Empires, as well as one of the players of Revenant, were very close to each other for comfort, but still somehow avoided one another and then regrouped with their teams. So can they end in a very good note, Revenant Esports? Because they need those points to retain the spot they have right now, or probably climb up the ladder as well.
I don't know why Revenant are still sticking on to this. They should look forward to moving in on a different position. I understand they're still inside the circle, but not likely of picking up the same fight which didn't indulge fruitfully. Whereas Godlike, we were just talking about this, they've found small ridges and sandbags to hide themselves for now. Thankfully, because the circle is still where they are, is the center, epicenter for now. It's not going to be enough. However, the fight seems to be that Jonathan, just like what he faced, his vehicle going down, he's similarly trying to put a fate for WSP's players that their vehicles will not find the sight of day, or maybe the sight from where it can move around. But his stabs coming through with those M4 is actually even doing damage to the player who was thinking that maybe he could peek in that pre-fire and try to do damage. Takes a lot. But for Jonathan, doesn't seem to be of any worry.
I still want to understand how these people are actually thinking when it comes to the resources. They're not bothered about wasting those resources. And as you can see, 168 bullets, bar 30, an average of around probably 5 mags which he has, or probably 4 mags which he has. And with the rotations coming through on the southern side of the map, where there is not much places for him to go in for the loot as well, how well can Johnny actually maintain his resources? Or is he going to rely on his teammates to come in closer and share their bullets so that he can continue his assault?
This is a good thought, and especially we've seen Godlike, I think, having this kind of a dicey situation where they might end up using their ammunition, but that Godlike was different. What they were doing then,
Yep.
when even though they were losing ammunition, was finishing a fight and taking the loot off the other team's crates. And that's where their ammunition was replenished. But this time, as you rightly said, they're just tapping, using their resources, and it's not in kind of converting to finishes. So I think that's something that even they need to realize, but also for a team to realize, Medal, that I think they should just give up and move out. But I think Medal have understood, oh wait, we have number advantage. Let's finish off Revenant and then clear the sights of where we are at, because the circle is still here, on also keeping the bridge of military base open. So there is still that bridge fight that can happen, but Medal, their sights are clearly set. The last few players from Revenant, let's send them back home.
I'm missing those one taps as well from most of these teams. You know, even in a long range battle in these days, I'm able to see that most of them try to control the recoil and go in for the spray rather than, you know, concentrating on probably going in for the single taps. Let it be in the map of Miramar, let it be in the map of Vikendi, or on the map of Erangel, where you have a little bit of a high ground for yourself. They have lost that hold. Probably even with the DMR, I've seen that they continuously go in for shots rather than simple taps to make sure that you damage the helmet and the vest of the opponents, which eventually allows them to go in for the easier frontal battles.
A lot has changed over the years, Arka, right? Like, we used to see teams love to play that sniper during, I think this was very close to 19 and 20, and we loved that. After that, things changed where all of them went for rifles where they could spray and pick the fight. And now these days it's become a shotgun meta coming through, SK12s, DBSs, and that's what players fear for. But now there's a fear, another one against Marcos, and there's a vehicle mode on as well coming in. Aladdin, can he save his teammate? Fox swivels around, saves himself, but in the meantime, Siam with the spray and damage finds one of the players of Reckoning, and two players are down. Make it a third one as Fox also goes. Now it's all up to Beard Baba. His position is a little bit awkward as he's on the other side of the ridge where his teammates have fallen down. No, right now, Beard Baba, I'm pretty sure he's done. He's like said, this is not going to be a comeback. I'm going to be tucking my tail, getting on the jeep, running away, because there's no way of saving players. And Spray God right now has been brought back to life. And Marcos, this was an unfortunate fight during rotation, but however, they kept themselves afloat on top and they won it.
Marcus Gaming sticking together, finally coming back to the previous strategy of always making sure that the assaulters are leading and giving the right kind of backup. Aladdin as well has picked up some ample amount of finishes. I really like the spray coming in from his side as well. I know they've done the damage against the side of Reckoning Esports, who actually needed a really good game to end the day with a good note. But ultimately, as I said, it's nobody's game until and unless you're challenged and you're ready to face the challenge to perfection. Here, Reckoning Esports wasn't expecting anybody to be there, and eventually they did the best of what they can. Spray God will be confirming that final finish against the side of Ace Black, making it 3 finishes for him and 7 finishes in total for the side of Marcus Gaming.
Soul Riders have now had indulged in a couple of fights but never reaped any rewards out of it. You can see they're sitting on 0 finishes, but yeah, you can see Resources Neo has a little bit of a damage level to West, and now Medal are a little bit closer to them. This is again due to rotation and the circle shifting. Medal moved a little bit further away from Revenant and eventually a little outside the circle. Soul, however, left the place where they understood there'll be a big hefty stack of teams making their move, and I think that worked out really well for Soul as they've made their move out and found a little bit of peace in Erangel where they could kind of substantially waste a lot more time and keep themselves surviving. And same goes the survival tactics for Beard Baba. As you can see, he decided this fight is call it saves. There's nothing much he could do over there. Converting a 1v3, 1v4, especially when he doesn't have information of where the players of Marcos were. In any direction he was getting fired on. And now Fierce is away from his teammate MJ, very close to the players of Obey, spotting them. And just, it seems to be like crosshair training right now for him.
Oh, forget about that. See, where are the rest of the players of Obey as well? So close to Fierce. Even though the rotation came in from the side of Colin, he would have told that there's one man out there in the ridges waiting for you guys. probably to make a mistake. So get ready. Probably we can get that knock as well and get that finish off, as Fierce is going to be avoiding the crosshairs of Cullen, trying to hide behind these pushes as well. So it becomes easier for him to either escape or allow his teammate to give the right kind of backup. The shots are going to be connecting, and Cullen is going to be hiding for a brief period of time.
As soon as Fear started firing bullets, you can see the teammates right behind picked up a vehicle. I thought they'll move in direction of Fears and try to punish him, but they've actually moved away from Fears.
I'm not understanding that strategy as well, because they can hammer down one of the players, or probably because, you know, there's another off angle being held by MJ far away, and he can actually do a lot of damage to whoever is trying to push in towards the side of Fear. So they would have seen that these two angles have been held perfectly by the side of Revenant, and that's why they're like, you know what, this is an unwanted fight, let's wait for the next circle and then decide what to do.
Yeah, we'll wait and watch of how it unfolds later. Revenant, yes, they've been pushed out. Fierce and MJ meet up, and now they'll be having a bike to travel, but they'll be in similar direction of Obey entered. So for the circle, as you can see, is just been taking central shifts, nothing much to be worried about. Obey, as they made their way earlier towards the edges of the blue zone, they're right now in the gatekeeping scenario. They would have to exit that, get to the edges of the circle, but there's Team Empire, and on the other edges there's Marcos.
Revenant Esports, they might have walked away from one crosshairs, but they're walking into a deadlier one, as it's Marcus Gaming on the other side for them. They need to be careful if they want to survive this. There it is, Spraygard. Probably he knows that there's somebody over that small ridge, and he's waiting for them to come out in the open. MJ and Fierce. No first aids, no bandages, just one booster in the hands of MJ. How long can they survive out there in the blue?
He even used that one booster, so now there's nothing. He has to push out, but Fierce! Oh, before moving out, finds Aladdin, and now MJ is rushing up. Spraygod in the meantime trying to cover fire for his teammates. Aladdin will be smoked, and there can be a chance of the revive. MJ gets spotted out from Obey finally, and it's all down to Fierce. But Spraygod, without wasting any time, will get Aladdin back on his feet, and I think Marcos should be back safe and sound.
I mean, forget about Marcus being safe and sound. It was Cullen from far away from Obey Esports who stole that finish away from the side of Marcus Gaming and giving a little bit of space for Fierce to now make it inside the circle. The two big bulls are locking on far away at the Pochinki region, as it's Team Soul versus the side of Godlike. And by the looks of it, the trades have come out on both these sides, and it's important for them to even make it to a hard compound, as Hector is going to be under fire from several other players, as Goblin is going to be confirming one finish and getting himself some loots as well.
Goblin has been a menace, and I think the way he's been firing with the weapons that he's had, covering the players of Soul, is just too good. Previously as well, we spoke about it. He was in the balcony in Miramar, and he just mowed down every player from Obey until there was a counter, and by the time the counter came through, there was one last player surviving, and this time it seems to be a similar thing. Godlike, well, Carlin, he knocks over a player of Medal, and another one he just mows down and finds the finish, and he's not stopping. He still wants a lot more. He's trying to find where the other players of Medal are, and he's going in for a drive, but he needs to start fearing. His teammates are also falling apart. Finally spots Skyesports, does hefty amount of damage, and Top Dog gets finished off. That's one more finish going towards the side of Obey, and this is where a lot of fights come through. But Godlike, they move out from one on the side of Soul and now have jumped between Obey and finished them off.
Oh yes, that's how you play this game, right? You need to make sure that you have your ears open and the Nikon gets taken down. Marcus Gaming in deep trouble. They held on to that position for a very long time, and due to which they have to pay a very hefty price of losing two of their assaulters. Make it one as of now, as it's going to be Spraygard who's going to be confirmed. Vexy was very low on HP, and thanks to his teammates, somehow he was able to get himself into the circle as well. So now healing themselves, Marcus Gaming will have just 2 men standing and making it inside the circle. But will that be enough for them to get some more finish points or some more position points, as they've got 5 as of now?
Omega wanted to go for a drive-by, is not getting anybody. Finally jumps off the vehicle. Omega with a spray is not going to be good enough against Jonathan. He puts him down, and Neo is also down. It's all up to Hector. One last player and running away. 2 wheels of his has been now taken down towards the right end of the buggy, but I think he's made the right decision to just run away. There's nothing much he could do, but finally gets spotted from Kiyoya of Medal, and that is Soul going out at the 11th position, barely making any placements.
Godlike, I love it when they stick together. This is what I was saying. They are capable of doing it. And when I saw Johnny fly in the air, I remembered the quote I used to always say for him. It's going to be, float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. It was into the faces of Team Soul. And from here on, the fans of Godlike, what they were expecting from the team of Godlike seems to be coming out into manifestation, or seems to be coming out to reality.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about earlier, right? They'd been trying different things and finally something has been striking right. And previous map, as you said, they had a better performance, and now it seems to be that they're geared up for a lot more. Yes, they had an unfortunate finish that they have to work with a casualty, but that's a part and parcel of Battlegrounds, and I think that's what Godlike are okay with it. Right now, a team which has caused a lot of menace towards Skyesports Championship 5.0 has been OR. We just saw them on our screens, have not received any casualties and also haven't taken any finishes so far.
WSB, and they've got a very good chance to put up some finishes over here. Look at them chasing behind Godlike, and shots are going to be fired as well. His vehicle is on fire. It's going to be exploding and getting taken down when I thought it was WSB, but rather it was AUTOBOTZ who was actually doing the damage. Jonathan yet again coming out in the open and lying down. This mistake he has been doing a lot lately, and now he's going to be making them pay the price for it. Eventually getting one. He's going to be again trying to do his best to get the other one as well, but the jiggle was way too strong. Johnny, the DBS is not one of his strongest forte, and due to which he's going to be saying goodbye. And WSB, as I said, this is one of those teams who'll be watching up close and personal, and when the time is right, they're going to be striking that higher minute shot. We'll be getting 2 more finishes in their name, and from here on, we'll have to see which is those teams. 6 finishes eliminated at the 9th position. Godlike, a decent run for sure.
Yeah, I think if not for the crunch, we could have seen a lot more from them. But WSP timing perfectly, taking the players of AUTOBOTZ as well. But in the meantime, Insane and OR have struck in a fight. OR have received a finish itself, not just a knock, but there are a lot more grenades. Nice connections coming through, and Hirsch receives a double grenade. Womp coming through, and Jelly with his shotgun shells. Now Insane, Dark Lord, he's also trying something of the same. But Adi, we all remember him, tried for another mode on, did not work, and now in between the players, Adi, yes, takes Max down, gets a knock, and immediately goes behind a tree and the shrubs, and now is safe, can patch himself up. But Jelly right now is worried. He and Admino are the only last 2 players, but Admino's grenade finds Adi and separates Insane other players. But in the meantime, WSP, after finishing a fight with AUTOBOTZ, they look forward to another third party. But Rockstar, another third party coming in from Team Empire, is causing trouble for WSB and spoiling their plans.
Goodness, what a spray coming in from the side of Team Empires. Now they can actually rush in. They've done the damage against the side of WSB. Zap is also down on his knees, so it's an easy rush if you can ask me. Raiden is going to be in deep troubles as its vehicle is going to be on fire. Now Teddy's going to be persistent. There's another spray coming in through. It's the deadly DBS in the hands of Skips, not doing much damage. He wants the confirmation as well, but he's clever enough to hide behind the vehicle and then go into the confirmation. Once the smokes is going to be coming up, that is when he's going to be opening up. All the rest of the locations are now compromised as OR Max is looking out for Adi, slowly making it inside the circle. OR Esports can dominate against Team Insane in case they can hide behind some trees.
It's all up to Max right now. Admino and Jelly are down. He's in the blue zone. The spam is coming in, and a player 2 up close. Harsh gets taken down, but finally the last bullet connects, and that is done for OR. Unfortunate, but a great try coming through, but I'm pretty sure even Insane will start falling apart because they are at the edges of the circle, and they also eventually get, I think, swept out. I cannot see them on the circle, but right now WSB picking up a lot of these rewards against the teams, but Team Empire as well chiming in. They have 8 finishes. Rockstar, the man who made it all possible, doing the damage against OR, and right now he has to be revived, brought back to his feet. In the meantime, Canary, he's picking up the responsibility, and he's taken up 2 more finishes, put him up to 5. And Team Empire, we spoke about their rising yesterday. It looks to be that they're ready for another one today.
Canary, you have to give credits to this man because he was the one who was always doing the talking with the guns, and finally when he's able to do so properly this time, getting 4 finishes and leading every single fights. We saw his sprays coming against the side of WSB, and it was so pinpoint precise. We saw it from the perspective of the players on the receiving end, and it was a treat to watch. As far away, it's gonna be fierce as and immortal both of them going in for the heel battles. They say 4 more teams are standing, and I wonder where is the 4th person, because Immortal Gamers from one side, he's going in for a heel battle. He's got 6 in his name. Fierce had got 6 already, so he'll be running short, obviously. Oh, there it is. Skrills has got 8 in his name as well. So we know how the equation is going to fall now. First, Revenant is going to go. Behind them, Immortal is going to go. And after that, AUTOBOTZ are going to go.
AUTOBOTZ, they got caught in a fight against WSP, but they'll be more than happy if they come in second. But Fierce, before he goes down, he tried his best. But again, kudos for Revenant to surviving so long, right, Arka? Because we saw them very early on towards the first few team eliminations. They were also to be eliminated because they took on a fight with Medal as well as MIDWAVE chiming in as a third party. And Revenant were the ones to kind of get a lot of early casualties here on Erangel. Somehow Fierce along with MJ survived, tried to push against the likes of Marcos, which Marcos were able to put down but not for long and keep themselves away. But what? Jadoo? For a second I thought that it was another knock coming in from Team Empire, but no, it was Immortal Gamers from Infinity. And Jadoo, they cannot recover him. Team Empire doesn't have to be worried. Skrills is going to be using his last kit here, and with that done, he is also going to be done here on Erangel. A winner chicken dinner coming here for Team Empire. What a play coming in, and especially kind of using that slope as I would say a cover, if you want to say, where they used to slowly creep up, and none of the teams realized, because all the other teams were fighting with the other teams either on ridge or towards the other end of the slope, and Team Empire capitalized on all of it.
Oh my goodness, Team Empire. I love the aggression from the corners of the circle in open grounds. They were able to put down teams because, see, everybody thought straight. They were like, you know what, the high grounds is what we would like to concentrate on, and from there we can look down at all the other people and then try to take them down. But ultimately it was Team Empires who thought the otherwise, and they were at the ground, at the lower grounds, and they were like, wait, we'll be able to see some fights happen up the ridges. We'll maintain the distance, and once they walk into our crosshairs, we're going to take them down.
I think very smartly played is what they did.
Yeah.
They picked out players who were already indulged in a fight, and before they could react, they just sweep them out. On the other end, I think WSP were also on the right track, if not being caught from Team Empire, because the way they jumped in amongst the players of Godlike as well as AUTOBOTZ was really well played. But eventually they had to realize that now that they've done so much sound as well as picked up fights, there'll be another team also who will be looking towards them, because they're the last few circles. So I think that was not played well. But also then OR, right, we spoke about their fighting strategy. This time they kind of stick towards the edges of the blue circle rather than the actual circle edge, right, which kind of caused trouble for OR. Otherwise I felt like maybe they had an upper hand against Insane, if not for that blue zone.
Let's see. I mean, a lot of ifs and buts happening right here, but at the same time, Godlike have performed really good in this game, especially Jonathan facing Team Soul at a close range battle where they were actually doing well, phenomenally well if you ask me, in the map of Miramar and previous to that as well. 2 chicken dinners at what they had registered in today's day. So it was not easy to take down such a team in a close range battle, but yes, Godlike were able to pull that off as well. And after that, Jonathan, yet again, I keep pointing this out every single time, this man concentrates so much on those finish points that he lays himself somewhere in the open flat on his belly, and someone or the other shoots at him and finishes him off. So I don't know whether that's a strategy which he's comfortable sticking on to, or it is just that he doesn't listen to his IGL.
We'll break a lot more of what happened here on Erangel, because it was the last Erangel map that we witnessed here for day 3, the day of comebacks, as we said, right after a short break. So don't go anywhere.
Exhale, cause I heard it helps, but same old way I felt. Resting on my shoulders, cold night in a sleepless bed. White eyes with a glaze of red. I'm going round and round, it won't let me out.
No me quiero levantar, sigo soñando contigo en la cama. No nos vamos a engañar si entre tú y yo ya no queda nada. Nos queda luchar, saber lo que habrá después. Irme a otro lugar.
It won't let me out. See, when I swim, I'm drowning. I see, when I swim, from the pressure in.
Quiero levantar, sigo soñando contigo en la cama. No nos vamos a engañar si entre tú y yo ya no queda nada. Solo nos queda luchar, saber lo que habrá después. Irme a otro lugar.
It won't let me out.
Irme a otro lugar. Otro lugar.
Be quiet. I hear the thunder that comes from far away. It's like a noise in my head. Oh, these were hearts, these were hearts. It gets you deep and leaves the sky. Oh, these were hearts, these were hearts. It gets you deep and leaves the sky.
I think here in Skyesports Championship 5.0, the way teams are playing is just amazing. Powered by AMD, broadcast partner Loco, gaming partner Zebronics. My name is Lucifer, and back on desk is Necros. And you saw what went down, right, in Erangel. Team Empire, what a game that they brought back. Like, none of us thought that they were there around the map, but this is something that me and Arka were having a discussion about utils and resources, that teams are not keeping a check on it. And now Team Empire, they kept a check of it till the last, and when they knew that they have a chance on the fights, they just riddled WSP with utils, and after they cleared WSP, they already got the winner chicken, and there was nothing else that they had to do. And they were also troubling the other teams who were in the end circles.
I mean, the way they played was a big brain game, I would say, because in the past couple of matches that they played, it did not turn out well because they got backstabbed, they got strategically outbeaten by the other teams. But once again, if you talk about, yes, as you mentioned, they did not take early fights, and that actually helped in getting 25 total points on the board, and all together they have got double-digit finish points as well in their name. So Team Empire was how it was seeming to me that they were falling behind a lot and being outstrated by the other teams. They have made a comeback status, or maybe a comeback story, that yes, we are still in the game and we're not going to give away the lead that easily.
I think that it all started because of Rockstar. Him picking up with WSP, picking it up with insane couple of players who were left. So that was really well played. AUTOBOTZ coming through, again it's heal battle, and Infinity as well, heal battle coming through. Insane, a great fight that they had against likes of OR, which I loved. OR got eliminated, and you can see they could just barely make 2 placement points. However, Medal and Obey, we were just talking about them. They should be having a great game, especially Medal. Obey, they had a great game yesterday. So they are climbing slowly, and you can see they're here. Infinity as well, good game here because of placement points that they were able to secure. They're on 7. But Team Empire, I think this team, being a team who are from qualifiers, quarterfinals, and now here in semifinals and performing so well, they were the 3rd place team coming in from the quarterfinals. So for them to do this is just too good, especially when we wanted to see Team TAMILAS WSP doing it better, because they were in the 1-2 position when quarterfinals ended. But we can see here WSP barely now trying to make their move to 9, and Team TAMILAS, I don't know. We have to look forward to them in the last page, and this is not the right climb. This is a descending move, which I would have not wanted to see from any of the teams.
I mean, Team TAMILAS, they had the momentum, Lucifer. They were trying and building it up slowly in Brazil, but suddenly, getting eliminated in the very early phase of the game is costing them a lot. Even for Celsius Esports, they were bouncing back. If I will remember, I saw them in the hashtag 18 or 19 few matches back, but now they're again back in the 21st position. So yeah, you need to buckle up your game. It's definitely a new kind of lobby, or a much more advanced level of experience that Team Celsius is facing right now, because they have played, or they're used to the lobbies where they don't face the pro teams on a daily basis. So it is justified. But the next map, which is coming, it's going to be Vikendi, and it's one of my favorite maps, but also I really consider it to be a map of comeback for many teams who can actually play it in a much more strategic way.
Now everybody needs to understand Group A is done for, because we were just talking about them. WSP, Team TAMILAS, AUTOBOTZ, Medal, Reckoning, they've all lost their chances to kind of end the day 3 on a high note. However, I feel like WSP slowly made their mark. They're still towards the top 10, top 11, so nothing in terms of much being a problem for them. Marcos had a good last game but couldn't keep their hold. They fought with Reckoning. Team TAMILAS got close to 8 finishes, which was good. Not enough, and especially that their games are done for today is going to be something that we have to be okay with for now, because they'll have another chance tomorrow. But let's start with the last 2 different weather maps coming through Vikendi, and it seems to be having a straight flight path from Miramar towards completely the north, right next to Zabawa.
I can just say at this point that as we know that Vikendi is a very small map, right? So every other team has got that opportunity to go towards their drop in spite of the flight path being on the extreme corners. So we can see the teams easily gliding out and reaching to their drop spots. I'm really not expecting any drop clashes, because see, Team Godlike, they usually go to Cosmodrome where they don't have any kind of drop clashes. But at this point, all the teams having their own splits, but as it seems the Villa area is completely vacant and there is no team to contest. So I'm quite surprised. If you talk about a circle that I want to see, it should be definitely a centralized one.
I'm seeing a lot of it here, Nikros. I just hope it leaves the land area and tries to find those smaller circles where teams have to fight at the shores, at the ridges, where the water bodies are. For now, the flight path is done. Port has been cleared. Teams will now have to look forward to loot and then maybe fight. But seems like there is a Newman who might have a fight with another team on those green circles and just trying to figure out which that team is, because the circles are coinciding so very well. But the circle finally, AUTOBOTZ, one at a time. The gods are blessing me here in terms of what I would have wanted to see. We got a very hard southern flight path on Erangel, and this time we get a big shift towards the northwestern end, complete corner of Vikendi.
I mean, you just imagine, Lucifer, you are a team playing in this map, and specifically you are in the eastern, like southeastern corner, like Orangutan, where they are taking their drop in Hot Springs. You have to travel exactly to an opposite pole side, but also you have to remember that there is only 40% of land inside the circle, just the 40%, and 60% of the circle is in the waters. So that actually means that you don't have a lot of space to work with. You don't have a lot of room inside the circle to have the control or have those hard compounds for yourself. So that means there will be a lot of clusters and a lot of initial fights in the early phases that we will witness, because there will be rotation clash. The teams, those who are playing or maybe on the eastern side, will try to grab the spots as early as possible, because if they delay it a little bit, for the teams who prefer going for a late rotation, they will be completely doomed, because lot of teams will be there waiting for them to gatekeep them outside of the circle.
Now Newman making their way back here. It's going to be from Group C. We're going to be having Blind, Big Brothers, God's Reign, X-Spark, Celsius, Orangutan, and Entity also alongside them. We just saw Newman as well as Big Brothers trying to face off each other. For Big Brothers, nothing much to be worried about. Qualified for LAN? Yes. Newman? No. Yesterday, the last third map, which was the fourth game for the day, there they got themselves a winner chicken dinner, which was on Miramar, and I expected them to continue that winner chicken dinner in the fifth map as well, which was not the case. That's where OR got a back-to-back 2 winner chicken dinner. So for now, Newman, yes, they've had a good climb. They were in the top of the top 8 in the overall standing, so they should be looking forward to keeping their position there. But seems to be that they're respecting the likes of Big Brothers being in the compound and concentrating on looting themselves rather than indulging in the fight very early here on Vikendi.
They want to play it safe. Big Brother knows it. The tactics or maybe the strategies they're trying to implement in the semi-finals, it's justified. You have got you have your own game style that the other teams are quite known. They know that how you play. They can predict your rotations. So it's good to be testing some new strategies or maybe new rotations in every map. But at this point, indulging themselves and finishing in the third shot should not be a great morale before the LAN for Big Brother Esports. And I really hope that they make a strong comeback, because they have that potential. We have seen them performing so brilliantly, and I don't know what things are going wrong again. But yeah, MIDWAVE Esports, I really wish that they had a greater comeback in today's day, but still I'm a little disappointed by their performance.
However, MIDWAVE is still keeping it and going ahead with it in terms of having points, trying to secure something. On an average, they're always able to secure 5 to 6 points, and as you said, yes, it's not enough, but at least they're not going out without anything. But God's Reign on the other end, they made their way back here on Vikendi. They'll be playing. They had quite some good instances and fights that they had today, but not some great ones. They were like, oh yeah, this is something that we were able to get in terms of points. We are looking in a good position. Yes, they are in that, I think, 8th spot. Last time I saw them, maybe even got pushed to the 9th, which is still seemingly safe. I'm saying seemingly safe because you also need to understand that there can still be instances that the other teams start overpowering. Because let's just imagine Team Empire, after getting themselves chicken dinners, they are in the top 3. Now talk about WSB. They got their first winner chicken dinner when we started things off here in Skyesports Championship 5.0. They can have a similar situation maybe in the next upcoming 2 days. Who knows? So I think teams anybody and everybody in the top 11 need to be worried about their positionings. But I think once we get a clear idea when we end today, right, and me and Urka were having this points discussion, where if there is a situation where teams will be like close to 50 and 60 points away from the second page itself, it's going to be a very tough game for them to even have a chance. But right now, it's going to be a tough chance for Team X Spark, and it's Scout who was on his slow mobile, trailing around Vikendi, just looking forward to good and better loot. And Obey is like, good night, out of the lobby. See you in the next one. And SANHOK.
That vehicle is definitely one of those that I don't like actually riding in the map of Vikendi. That vehicle, you know, it doesn't turn around even if you spot at the right moment that, oh, there is players, I need to just turn around or go into some place safe. It doesn't turn in the right moment, and that actually happened with Scout. He tried to get a little bit cover for himself, but no, that vehicle kind of betrayed him in that situation. But eventually that's the first point going in the name of Obey Esports. They will have a good start, but X-Spark, this early blow is definitely going to cost them out a little bit in the next phases or maybe the next circle shifts, because as the numbers goes down, you will face a lot of consequences in the ending circles. But as of Team Blind, we do not see that kind of gameplay what we used to see, right? Because that was a different Blind, like that aggression, that domination was on a next level scale. But comparative to that, they have slowed down and became more calmer than what they were in the previous time.
Another fight going through right now, and this time it's Blind as a team that tried to push up, and Obey are just clearing them one after another. Blind, however, found a knock, I feel, and also finished off Evil, so that's going to be an exchange knock and finish coming through. However, Blind might be in a lot of trouble. The grenades, they're going and doing a lot more damage. They find a knock as well. Karlan looking forward to his second finish here. S-Power now trying to revive his teammates, but the timing from Apu, is it good enough? Yes, it is. He immediately knocks the player, and then from the other direction, that's going to be Karlan, and it's Blind completely swept off, and Karlan comes up with 3 finishes of his own, and Obey, a brilliant Vikendi start for them.
Oh man, it is actually seeming to me like you're just serving the food exactly in front of Obey, and they're just having it and having fun in it. First it was Scout who came into their own hands, and now it is Team Blind. The entirety of them got completely washed out by all the players. Yes, they have dealt a little bit of one casualty that will be Evil, but I really believe that is not going to be a lot of concern as far as they are inside the circle. They do have hard compounds, nothing to worry. But you can see Lucifer already. I mentioned earlier that we will be witnessing a lot of early fights, and it's already started.
Fights here in Vikendi are very interesting. Vikendi is kind of a mix between, Urka was telling this, Miramar as well as Erangel. Rarely do you see sights of SANHOK happening here, because sometimes the aggression is so heavy that players who are deciding for a heal battle eventually indulge in a fight themselves. But Trigger and Vizgod drive past their teammates' vehicles, but okay, that's a story for another time. But right now, X-Spark finally seem to be interested in retaliating against Obey. This time, however, it's an even fight, 3v3 situation. They can stand a chance.
A lot of teams trying to go for a late rotation. If we talk about Orangutan, we talk about Entity Gaming. They're exactly on the extreme eastern part of the circle. Orangutan, they're going for a long rotation through Peshkova, trying to go and take over the northern side control, where on the port we see Godlike holding on. So it can be a little bit troubling, but Team Insane, they're also having a quite a long and wide rotation. It can be helpful for them. Good to see that the eastern corners of the circle is vacant, because if any team wants to hold on to the edges, I guess it should be a better decision, because whenever we see a circle going going towards the water side, preferring 60% in the waters, we see a hard shift coming towards the exact opposite side, towards the side of land. So if I believe the teams like Orangutan and Insane, if they try to hold near to coal mine or Zababa, they should be a little bit, having an advantage if the hard shift comes towards their end, because all the teams are much more centralized at this point.
I don't feel like such a big hard shift is coming towards any land. Right now, the smart decision players are Team Infinity in one end, and if you move a little bit towards port, there's the sides of Godlike. So these two teams have right now set their eyes on towards the edge, what seems to be an airdrop right in that ocean because of the circle, and they're pointing towards it but feeling bad about it, especially because if they would want to go there, right, they have to find the port, which they did spot towards the port, but if they do, they might end up being caught in rotation. So not the risk that they would be interested in taking. Right now the clusters are happening heavily. Right now Godsrain are slowly moving up. There's another team right next to them moving, as you can see in the map. There's MIDWAVE about to make their approach. X-Spark still trying to find their way through Obey, but I think it's going to be a tough. Entity and Orangutan right now were close towards Cement Factory, but as you mentioned, Peshkova, through that Orangutan traveled, but Orangutan are in a tussle with Insane and Jazzy bursting their vehicles. 2 players have been knocked down right now from Orangutan. It's the other 2 players, I think Ash and AKOP are the survivors. Can they make their way out is going to be a question, but seems to be that Insane will not let them make that move.
Ash wants to make a fallback at this point. Definitely, he wants to rotate back to help their teammates, but insane the aggression they are carrying forward with its immense. No counter attack for the side of Orangutan. AKOP also goes down. Ash will be the last player, if I'm not wrong, as of now. Harsh, he wants to go, but oh, he got the revival in a time. Those DBS can be a little bit deceiving to the side of OG at this point. A lot of utils has to be working. They have got 4 nades. Harsh, he can just, dump them down on the top. Would be helpful a little bit, but Trigger jumps out of the building. Ooh! What? Trigger is a good player in this close range battle, but no, it's not. 3 finishes just gifted to Insane Esports at this point. Harsh will be getting the revival, but yeah, good to see that Insane, they haven't used any kind of utils. They're keeping every resources to themselves because they knew they are a complete team, and if 4 of them are charging towards a single player, it will be I would prefer an advantage over them against 1, but Ash, a good decision to back off because he knows if he stays alive, he can gather a lot of placement points for his team.
He does survive for now, but I'm pretty sure that's not the sights, or that's not the thought that Orangutan had when they started Vikendi. Unfortunate is what they have to progress through right now. A tough journey, but we spoke about it. Right now, Godlike, they've moved a little bit further away from port just because the circle also shifted, still keeping a majority part of the water bodies in. Now, Godlike seems to be that they're receiving damage. Is it from Team Infinity? Yes, it is. Panku seems like he spotted the players, did the damage, and now Jonathan wants to retaliate.
You talk about Jonathan, he's more of a guy who can play much more better on those SMGs or the rifles. In the previous match, we also saw that with DBS he did find those frags, but not always, right? DBS is a kind of weapon you always prefer in close range because it's a 1 shot, 1 down. But if you miss the shot, it will turn out to be a big disaster, which I believe can happen because many players are still there who are not familiar for using it.
Weapons right now, majority of the meta in the circuit itself is seen as an M4 or DBS meta, sometimes an SK12 coming through, but yeah, that's about it. Newman, we mentioned about them, didn't see them playing in the 4th map, therefore here in the 5th map we'll look forward to results coming through, because again, we mentioned points sometimes do come, sometimes don't, and you cannot rely on one good game or one great game where you are like, yes, we will be able to do it, but oh, Ash, one last player surviving from Orangutan, found from Jonathan, and that's done for. Orangutan is going to be the team eliminated at the 14th position, 2 positions away from getting themselves any kind of placement points, and also Orangutan, no finishes. So this is going to be a 0 map for them, nullified of whatever they could. But the circle, it's time to shift. Is it going to be a hard land shift? No, it still keeps the water bodies and majority of it. This time, however, you can still talk about that, as you mentioned, 40% of land, 60% of water bodies. So it's going to be interesting, but it has forced Infinity and Godlike, who already indulged in a fight, to get closer.
I don't know, Lucifer, but I'm having a kind of future sight at this moment that we will be seeing a lot of fishes swimming inside the water at this point. Maybe in the few next more circles it will be much more clear, but Insane Esports, yeah, they had finished a good fight. They have got 3 finishes, a good start, decent start I would say, because they haven't got any single casualty, And also they will be getting inside the circle with all the players and all vehicles safe and sound. A good decision for Team Godlike, but now they have to move forward. Team Infinity can be I would say, an obstacle for them of getting the northern side control. If they can wipe Team Infinity out from this position, or if Team Infinity wipes out Team Godlike, they will have the majority of the control of the northern side. But Punk, he gets spotted down. He wanted to go a little bit further and explore some new ventures out there, but he will be denied and forced back towards where he belongs at this point.
Team Infinity, because of the edge that they held super early, it's giving them chances to move even closer to the circle. Insane want to make their move inside the circle, but they're playing themselves in a safer spot where they can slowly tread up, because they know as the circle has moved further away from the land, they will have a lot of teams in the bare edges of these land areas and will try to gatekeep them, so trying to play safe and sound. However, there is Celsius who are about to enter the circle from the southern end, but one team which is so far away, which is not even looking like they're about to enter these circles, is Entity. Eventually we'll see them, but Insane finally they make their way inside the circle, but very close to the sides of Godlike, and I think Godlike have heard it. They're just moving around to figure out if there is a player. Xpark still in those crosshairs, Xpark and Obey still in a fight against each other, but nobody giving a move towards each other. They're like, okay, Obey be there, we be here. Somebody steps over this line, then we indulge in a fight. This is literally like a action movie sequence where both these teams have decided they have pulled a line, none of us are going to cross each other.
I mean, at this point, even Godlike seems to be in that open area. It's a risky spot, right, Lucifer? If you are in the open grounds where almost like 50 players are remaining, except you, there are still 12 more teams in the contest. But also, they should actually have an intel that there was a team rotating from the backyards. Clutch God, at least I am expecting him to hear the sounds of that Tesla moving just beside their compounds. And if they do have that kind of intel, they will be trying to play it a little bit safe, or maybe have a kind of idea that yes, there is a team behind us, so we have to play a bit cautious, because if we initiate with any kind of team, it can be fruitful, it can be a little bit problematic. But Big Brother Esports, it seems to be they're very close to Godlike Shadow at this point.
We've still not seen the sights of Revenant, Midwave in Vikendi. We know they're here in the lobby, but nothing so far. But right now we'll indulge ourselves in a very brilliant fight between Godlike as well as Big Brothers. Godlike, however, are on a 2-2 split. Where it's not even a 2-2 split, it's actually close to a 1-1-2 split. Therefore, I think Z-God as well as his teammate, they need to be worried. That's going to be Jonathan. If they kind of overextend, things can go wrong for them. And it has already a big grenade, and Z-God is down. Now Rishi is trying to push up, and if this push works, Godlike can be swept off of Vikendi, because they're in a dip.
Oh, not yet, but Shadow, he misses the devious shot, and now he's definitely getting punished with that retaliation trade coming. Oh, but it's not Big Brother, but it's the Aquanox who is just pulling the triggers from behind the scenes and trying to, do third party in this fight. Well, I believe, yes, Shadow will be confirmed eventually. Rishi, that finish point being converted towards the end, and Clutch God is the one taking the control. He wants to take those revenge of both of the teammates getting taken down. They have got a big job to do.
Clutch God as well as Jonathan, they stuck together, whereas Z-God and Shadow, they were a little further away. Both of them paid the price. They were closer to Big Brothers. And also Godsrain chiming in as the third party to pick up 1 or 2 finishes as extras. Rishi, a little bit extended, but did not have cover to help him out after he was knocked. Therefore, Rishi had to give away himself as a casualty. However, look at Aquanox. He found one already. He's looking for another one. His teammates covering him. They have a big, I would say, place in these compounds that they are. It doesn't seem like any team is contesting them.
It should be a big opening, or I would say a big advantage for Team Godsrain at this point, because they just have to wait for the right moment for the teams to come exactly in front of them. And Big Brother Esports, they have lost one, but still, Godsrain, they have their entire eye set on the teams coming outside of the circle. Insane is one of them. Then there is Godlike as well as Team Big Brother Esports as well. Now, how do they play? Because there are multiple teams, but also Team Infinity will be there on the corners. So there is a lot of clusters happening on the northern side of the circle, which will actually determine only out of these 3-4 teams, one will be the one to emerge as the best survivor.
Entity, they were on the extreme of the circle towards the complete eastern edge, but they were able to zoom their way inside the circle right now and also get themselves a compound. The compound, however, is not clear. There are players from Big Brother Esports in close corners, so they will be worried about that, and in case they do not worry about them or maybe even clear them, there's another team that's going to be God's Reign. Circle right now takes another shift. Now the water bodies are merely being there. They're being enclosed or taken over more by land areas. Therefore, teams might be able to breathe themselves on the surface rather than moving into the water and trying to go become fishes, because I think here in this weather you will be immediately frozen. So it's a good idea here again guys, just beating around the bush to make some small giggles happen. This, as we all know, it's a virtual battleground where these teams are going to be fighting on. Ninja Jar finds one, Atanki going down, MIDWAVE under strike, and that's going to be a big one, especially taking down Atanki. Now that might strike fear on the other players of MIDWAVE, but this is what we spoke about. The ground where God's Reign, Entity and Big Brothers are is not safe.
God's Reign adjust, I would say, they want to be the spectator and wait for the right moment to strike in, and that's how they are working out things. Where they actually have a position, or I might say that a kind of advantage, that they can get a lot of number of finishes in their name. MIDWAVE Esports, Vixie is the solo player surviving. You can just feel the pressure on him, surviving all alone. But talking about the circle again, we see Team Empire being on the dead center of the circle, which gives them a lot of room to get a lot of frags. All other teams will be coming on the open ground, especially on that Zima vehicle. That's a big threat to any of the team, because it can be exploded very easily, as Team Human has made their entry possible inside the circle as of now.
God's Reign keeping control of these compounds right now, as well as the edge of the circle. Ninja Jar doesn't want the players of Newman climbing up. They put down, however, a big smoke barrier wall coming through, but a big grenade. Jonathan is down. That's from Clowney coming through. Aquanox, however, in the meantime, still continuing his prey towards the players of Entity, causing trouble for them, and now Samraj has been finished off. Troy is also down. Same goes for the sides of Big Brothers. They've lost Uzumaki, I guess, and Blaze now wants to take down one last player surviving. That's going to be Secret, but these DBS shots on Clowney, even though the grenade was there to find the knock again, it's not going to be enough for Clowney to go back. But Troy goes down. It's one last player from Entity, that's going to be Secret. Infinity, however, barely just managed to get themselves 2 finishes. I think this was the strike they did against MIDWAVE, but MIDWAVE also came under fire with multiple teams because of the small or the entire dip that they were in. They were stuck in a valley which was easily accessible by other teams. Even Team Empire came in the mix, but Vixie, he is still causing trouble even though he's the last player surviving. In the meantime, Godlike, they want to survive, but the last big grenade coming in from Hunter, it puts the player down. Was it Panko? Again, both of them, I think, rained down grenade. I could see one after another, and therefore that's Godlike done and Infinity survive.
That was a big cluster, but only 2 finishes in the name of Drog. Look at God's Reign. They've already got 7 finishes. That is the thing I was talking about. They can get ample amount of finishes at this point, because they have all the teams coming in down their way. Even Team Infinity, they have to rotate down, and now they have to reach in the destination where Team Empire will be holding. Secret here has already started this heal battle as of now, because he knows if he goes all alone inside the circle, he's done for it. But God's Reign, they've got a lot of neighbors to take care of. They've got Team Newman, they have got Team Big Brothers, and still 7 finishes. Imagine if they wipe out both the teams, they can move to double digits so easily.
They have a great compound for themselves. However, the circle that they had, that has moved away from them. So they have to finish off the fight. Now Newman decide they don't have the circle. We don't have to have a fight with them. Ninja Jot burst the vehicle, making sure their rotation becomes even more tougher. Savitar was the one who was left for cover fire. Did do the damage, but no, what? Aquanox charges in and he goes down. What was this decision coming in? And Savitar couldn't be taken down, and Aquanox, a free finish given away. Mistake from God's Reign after keeping control of the compound like it was a palace.
Newman just going, but Team Empire, what a kind of play they're just putting up in the show. Even Team Infinity, they are trying to go and move towards the central place, but Newman, they're all way front. Nobody will be expecting Savitar to be in that left hand side. God's Ninja, this smoke path can be a big help a little bit helpful for him, but Blaze goes down, and that's Team Newman who's trying to gatekeep Godsrin at this point because they have given them a lot of trouble. But Ninja Jor gets spotted down. Savita finds a frag. Godsrin, they are getting trapped by their own game that they wanted to play against all the other teams. But Newman, oh my god, this is a big brain play coming out from their end. But now they have to make sure to go inside the circle and find a sweet spot for themselves.
What a play coming in from Newman, putting a stop to the reign of gods, and now they will be finished. There was last one player surviving, which was Robin. In the meantime, we also get a confirmation that MIDWAVE are done for. Godsrin also, as Robin goes out. Not too sure if it was a play zone or a player itself, but it's done. In the meantime, Team Empire, they've been picking up the likes of any team right in front of them. Very smart plays coming through. We saw from Rockstar, we can see Empire also having 2 finishes. Jadu getting 2 in terms of his own, and now they're trying to cause trouble. But in the meantime, the fishes that you spoke about, they have been spotted and they've already been taken down. Rockstar along with his teammate pushes up. Rex and Gilla down. 2 free finishes coming in from Team Empire. Last surviving player is going to be Savitar. He's trying to cover fire again, but because he did not make himself at the right time towards the circle, was gatekeeping the players of Godsrin. Now his teammates have been wiped off clean.
Lucifer, I don't know whether you spotted, this was insane. Hirsch, he just went on the board that was just there beside that shorelines. He got up and he got all the finishes of Team Infinity, those who were, fishing around. 3 of the finishes for Team Insane's Hirsch, and now he has got to get inside the circle. Team Celsius are also waiting on the shorelines. I mean, we can call it fishes, right?
There is Fierce, who's I think already doing a heal battle. The same goes for Altu. But the other players, not Altu, okay. There's a different player. I maybe missed the name. But right now, Altu as well as his teammate, they've made their move in. That's going to be Phantom. Let's see if they'll be able to find value for now, because they're at a very nice edge. If they're able to find one of the last few players of Infinity, as well as I think one more other team, but it seems like X-Park found Altu already and puts him down. That's a casualty that Celsius have to deal with.
Talk about Team X-Park having a hard compound for themselves, but yeah, they need to move forward. Aditya not willing to give up those finishes that easily. Trying to convert those in their name, because X-Park, they just have only 1 finish point as of now. But still, there are a lot of players. We see even Immortal going for a heal battle at this point. But Jadu comes up with a good nade, shuts down Pokar, who was there on the front lines of Team X-Park, Team Empire. They're capitalizing each and every finish point as they could, but Insane Hirsch is still there inside the waters. And Celsius, I don't think they do have a single idea that there are still players, swimming inside it.
Now Celsius, they wanted to move up, got closer to X-Park, and they did the damage. However, Team Empire is still firing. As you can see, on one end they're trying to cause trouble for X-Park, on another end they're trying to cause trouble for a team which is right behind them, Celsius. So they're exchanging these frags, and also not only that, there's a third team that is going to be Obey. They're trying to do damage to them. Empire right now spots Venom, tried to spray him down with the smoke. He uses that cover and backs off. Immortal, in the meantime, the last survivor who's there for Team Infinity, gets taken down by the play zone.
Oh, getting Empire down will be a big job for Team Celsius. It can be a big hurdle for them. If they can clear Empire, they will have a sweet and strong, straight entry towards the circle. But we can see just 3 teams inside the circle, but others all are going for those heal. But also, for your query, if I'm not wrong, Fury is there to go for the heal battle inside of Team Celsius. Is it so? But as of now, Pokar is getting just ready. 7 teams alive. There goes Team Entity down. Good hardy job done by Secret from his end, going for the heal battle. But Alto, he goes down. Rockstar with those nades is just going berserk.
Right now, Team Empire causing trouble in all directions. Can they find a lot more? Team Empire have been the first team to get 50 plus finishes in the semi-finals. They were the first team to reach such a mark. It's all up to one last player right now, Fury. But a big grenade comes in, and the other players who are about to pass themselves receives that grenade, and now Empire just swings, finds all the 3 finishes, and Empire is creating an empire here. And it looks like this team is ready from day 2 to take on any problems that comes through, or any other team as competition. They're ready to put them down. After getting a winner chicken dinner on Erangel, looks like they want to conquer on Vikendi.
Team X-Park, meanwhile, being very patient, not to make any kind of mistakes. They're inside the circle. They can't be the team take the chicken dinner, but also looking towards the form of Team Empire, having the 4-man standing. They want to just, you know, use those utils that they have collected from the side of Team Celsius.
Oh,
and
no,
look at that.
Aditya.
He gets one, and now Team Xbox is down to 2.
One last player make it is up to Sarang. His position is known. They're going to push him. He tries his best. He tries to spray. Goes prone. He's trying to indulge in a 1v2. Does the damage but does not get the knock. And that is going to be Team Empire with a back-to-back winner chicken dinner coming through. What a play from them. These are monsters in the making. They're proving the undergods uprising.
21st is on the hands of Fury, while we see Canary also. If you talk about it's a battle between Fears, but Team Celsius, Fury, he has done the job that he was, you know, appointed to. He got all the placement points. 12 placement points will be coming in the way for Team Celsius alongside. They had probably 3 finishes, if I'm not wrong. So that sums up to a 15 points game for Team Celsius. Slowly and gradually, they are trying to make it up. But yeah, you know, they were hungry. Canary and all, they were hungry for this last finish point. Where is that guy? But yeah, that sums it up as Team Empire will be walking away with this brilliant chicken dinner for themselves with a lot of finish points in their back. And, you know, this was the game probably they were dreaming of for a longer period of time. They wanted to prove that, yes, we are still in the game. They proved it back in the map of Erangel, but could not manage to get the chicken dinner, if I'm not wrong. But yeah, again, this is Vikendi. This match is in their name.
Brilliantly played. I think this team finally is realizing how they want to play and how they function really well. Team Empire not picking up fights any early time, right? What they do is wait, look forward to information. Once they hear where the bullets are being rattled from, make use of that information and start firing up. And that's what they did. Spotted Insane, pick them off. Then we saw Obey was being spotted, they picked them off. We saw right now X-Park being the last team, pick them off. The information game that they are playing on is just too good. Even before that, players of Infinity, right, when they jumped inside the water, Team Empire were able to see that and they immediately did damage to them. Yes, there was another player who, as you mentioned, jumped out of the water, climbed on the boat, found the finishes. But Team Empire, they've been causing trouble for all teams after getting the information. Played smart, moved inside the circle. I thought maybe this could have been God's reigns, winner chicken dinner. I think after Newman made a slam, right? Yes, Newman had a dip. I think they should have used utility to clear out Newman and push towards them. Rather, let Newman be there until the circle shifted. And once the circle shifted, Newman kind of made it feel like all the players rotated. But Savitar was still hiding, and when Aquanox pushed, Aquanox went down. Ninja Jord was frustrated. He's like, oh no, he went down. Now I have to try to do something. And especially the blue zone also pushing up Necros. Unfortunate here for the teams who thought they had control, especially because the circle moved towards the water bodies towards the start, but at the end it came on hard solid land, which Team Empire kept control of. And especially Empire, leading by example, had 5 finishes to end it. But right now, before we break down what happened on Vikendi and start of SANHOK, we'll jump for a short break. after an interesting game where Empire are actually putting down an empire and creating a fortress around themselves and putting out all the teams here in the semi-finals of Skyesports Championship 5-on Necros. How are they making this possible? And I think that uprising that we spoke about, along with the downfall of WSP, it is a spectrum and something to be discussed really well.
I mean, not only Team Empire had the circle favoring them, but also they made it possible with a good decision of taking that compound in the right time when there was no team to contest out of it. I would just, give the credits to the IGL of, deciding to choose that compound, hold it precisely, and get the frags at the right moment. Because when you know that you are almost in the central part of the circle and other teams are fighting in the edges, in this kind of circle where we saw 60% of it was on the waters and 40% was in the land area, you just have to wait for the right moment when the teams will be dealing a lot of damage outside of the circle, or maybe finishing up the fights and trying to enter the circle. And in that moment, you just switch to the fighting mode and you get all the frags as much as possible. That's what God's Reign tried to do, but they were gatekeeped by Newman in their own tricks. But when it came down to Team Empire, they did it brilliantly.
Let's jump into the highlights where you're going to see what all happened. It started on the sides of Obey. First got Scout. After that there was pushes coming through which they were able to clean, especially the push of Blind, which seemed very interesting. However, Godlike, this split we question, and this is the split that fell apart. If they played together, which me and Urka witnessed on Erangel, we saw them picking up good finishes. Again, these splits are proving disastrous for a lot of teams when they do not have the right backup strategy for them, and it eventually started cascading. But Team Infinity really well played when they were getting pushed up, because Godlike, after picking up one fight, after losing it, they started moving into a different fight itself entirely without controlling what had happened previously. So I think that was also one situation that Godlike would want to look into. But Newman, Savitar played too goddamn good. I think selling that fake that they have rotated. But look at this, as soon as they got that info, Team Empire finished off them. After that, they immediately jumped to Obey where they saw them, and along with Obey they started firing with X-Pac, along with that Infinity as well. Celsius took their own good time as long as they could, rotated, made their entry, but never took any control, and therefore you saw one single grenade wipe them off. Empire swung, got 3 free finishes.
Good decision by Team Empire to firstly wipe out Team Celsius and then go for Team X-Pac rather than just engaging with Team X-Pac on the first hand, because Celsius, they were in the bottom range and they could have been one of those dangerous factor that could trouble Team Empire. But have to give credits, it's none other than Empire coming with 5 finishes. And he did it brilliantly, with those nades. Rockstar was doing a lot of damage against Team Celsius or against any other teams, but Empire also having a good read, getting good place for himself to hold and get all the control of the circle. I believe it was a complete team game that Team Empire have put in to this map of Vikendi, and that resulted of a lot in their favor.
You see, even though he's the MVP, you can see the finish contribution percentage, right? It says 35, meaning as a team, they all functioned, every single player. And this is one team that I think we spoke about on that individual fight basis. We were talking about it when it came in spectrum of Miramar, and Entity was also in similar tussle, where Entity were just picking up fights with Medal or with WSB, with OR, multiple different scenarios, and individually were taking them and directly calling them and taking it. Again, this is what we think. Now coming into Team Empire, all of them had information and all of them were directing their individual players in individual directions, and that is the reason it worked out. It was not like only one player had info and he was working with that info. So I think brilliantly played from Empire. As you mentioned, Rockstar, let be Canary, let be Empire as himself is just too good right now, as Team Empire conclude Vikendi with total of 29 points, but no less were Obey from the start when they got 2 team eliminations, not 2 team entirely, one started with X-Pac, but then an entire wipe of Blind coming through, how well they control themselves. But Celsius here, One smart game they played is send their 3 players and another player was going in for a heal battle. Therefore, they got a lot more placement points. So Celsius are in that right direction. I could see their fights also, as well as placement points. They're concentrating on either ends of it. Coming into God's Reign, man, I think the circle, if it wouldn't have gone away from them, God's Reign had the likeliest chances of getting themselves the winner chicken dinner and closing Vikendi.
Just look at the overall standings at this point. The tabletoppers of the previous day are dropped down to the 4th, and they still have got one more match left. That is going to be in the map of SANHOK. But OR Esports, they have completed all of their 12 matches as of now, and they have secured 150 points. And you can just see the balance that they have done. Placement points 74, finish point in 76 for Team Empire. They're also quite close, not that far behind. Team Infinity has also made a good jump in the 8th position. Newman have dropped down. Obe has I would say they're in a bit of static position as of now.
From the first spot to the last spot, there's close to 60 points of difference. This is the first page I'm talking about. This is not the difference that is there from the first spot to the second page, bottom team. So it is going to be a tough journey for the teams in the second and especially the third page. When we switch over to that, I want to see what that point difference is. Now Newman, as we spoke about it, they should have had a better game. They'd have. Savitar played it very smart. It was not enough. Entity, very late rotation into the circle. Thought we could see a lot more action, but Godsend kept them on their base. Coming into this second page, as we spoke about it, as you can see, 150 to 70 here. 80 points of difference of where medals stand towards the top scorer of the first page. Or even if you take maybe that for the team which is in the 100 triple digit mark, Century, there's still that 30-point gap for them to jump all the way there. So it doesn't seem to be them making their way there. Now coming into the last page, here is where I hope teams with games having this 11-11-11 do something, especially the likes of Xpark and Celsius. But Xpark and Celsius, they've had a little bit of a ladder climb today, but how far it'll go at the end of this match 6 for day 3, or if you would want to say match 4 of day 3 for these teams.
So now what it seems to me is that Celsius, they are not that much confident taking those fights, right? We can see them playing a bit more safe, a bit more passive. They are playing to get those placement points for themselves. Let it be Erangel, Miramar, Vikendi. I don't know how they can just perform, but Team Empire, back-to-back 2 chicken dinners in their name. So they're just looking good. They're looking very strong at this point, and now it's time for another map that they will be playing. Will they be able to come up with a hat-trick chicken dinner? I don't know, but how it seems it is possible.
Now we spoke about their strategy. Looks very interesting. Collect as much as information, get as much as knowledge as possible. And Arka mentioned this, knowledge is power, which is known fact. Now a lot of people do fight with knowledge in terms of knowing the right words to say, putting out the right stuff at the right moment, and here it's just Team Empire putting out the right strategies and taking the right fights because of the amount of information that they have. And I would always take information better and consume it, or take it over and then use it in my advantage, rather than understanding that I have my aim prowess or I have a good ammunition with me and utils that I can take advantage of. If you don't have information, you're throwing it. It's basically like throwing big stones into the water expecting that there'll be a wave hitting you and you will be rejoicing it. That's not going to happen, right? You have to expect to see when the moon is right, to expect good waves and for people to surf. So I think that's the kind of play Empire is making right now. Reading the right strategies, playing for info, watching around all the 4 directions, north, south, east, west, and once they know where the player nearest is going to be, where they can do damage, they take them down, and after that start clearing the furthest and furthest. Or if they have a ridge advantage, take that, make use of that cover, and then to look forward to picking up fights with other teams.
Exactly. And now when it comes down to the map of SANHOK, there will be a lot of changes, because in our BGMI term, we still say that SANHOK is a kind of map which is also known for comebacks, but also for setbacks as well. So the team who stays till the very end, they can walk away with a lot of points, a lot of finish points, a lot of placement points as well. But also it can be a big big setbacks for many teams, those who will be getting eliminated on the early stages of the game, especially dealing those early casualties. Because teams prefer to go for split drops for better loot, for better outcome, not to go for those designated city locations to have their good loot. So that kind of sometimes be there is a kind of 1v1 duel drop clash in the split compounds that happens where one of the other teams deal those early casualties and suffers the early player loss. So I believe not to see that kind of thing and expecting to be a better, more competitive SANHOK in this map of the final day map of the day.
I'm looking forward to it in terms of comebacks, like which teams have staged those points and are looking forward to making their mark towards the top 11. So I think today, if we see teams in the top 11, those teams will give us the idea that, oh yes, they will qualify for the Grand Land finals. Now, teams as such which are not seeming their way towards making a good stride today is MIDWAVE. You mentioned about them expected, but it seems to be that they're not getting their footing. Let's jump and see if they'll be able to make it do in this last map. SANHOK, a smaller one, and is going to be pushing teams to fight amongst each other. Along with them is also going to be REVENANT, because I think REVENANT had a great start. The strategy switch, me and Arka were able to see that live, but after that switch happened, it seems like they're losing control as well towards the end of the day.
The final map of the day, as it seems, SANHOK takes a place where we see a northern side oriented flight path, but as of now I'm going to bid Sam bye-bye for the day, and I'm going to bring Arka back on the desk with me to be the storyteller for this final map of the day, that is going to be SANHOK. So Arka, welcome back again, and what do you have to say about this map?
This is where I would like to see the well-known teams like Team Xpark or probably the side of Team TAMILAS if you're playing this game. No, Team TAMILAS are already done for the day, right? I still don't want teams who have already got chicken dinners to register another one over here, because I want to keep the competition healthy for the rest final 2 days as well. As right now on our screens are going to be Big Brother Esports versus Celsius, where Saif might want to lead the fight. The Russian immediately against the Thompson, being held by one of the players of Celsius as well. Big Brother Esports, they want a good start, and it seems like Celsius are busy taking down the side of Team Xpark as well, somewhere far away. And by the looks of it, they've already taken down 2 to 3 players.
Oh, that's a good start for Celsius. Not a good one for Team Xpark. They also faced some early casualties in the map of Vikendi previously. But once again, it's Immortal who seems to be a little bit close. Make sure not to get any kind of early casualties, but Big Brother Esports, they're looking much more aggressive, and Immortal not giving a single footstep, remains to be a complete unknown player at this point.
That's how you play this game, right? No matter what happens, just make sure that you do not nudge. You do not move. Immortal eventually goes upstairs, giving away the sound cue. Big Brother Esports, Uzumaki on the other side is trying to flank and come in from a different angle altogether to try and find a knock against this side of Team Infinity. Somewhere when I felt that it was Team Celsius, I've stand corrected that it's Team Infinity versus the side of Big Brother Esports, which is taking place, and not far away are the side of Team Insane. Adi, as we can see, is approaching, as he can hear all those sound cues up front of him, the fire shots, and eventually wants to be a part of this action as well.
Model, he's got 65 bullet M249, which was also known as Poetry of 100 bullets. But at this point, Uzumaki is getting taken down. Hapong with a brilliant flank at this point can be a little bit challenging, but against those shotguns, will that M249 be able to function precisely? But as of now, Clowny has picked off. But easy gets taken down. That's a big opening coming up from the side of Punk, but Sev, he's on the FPP mode, waiting for somebody to step inside from that door to get the frags done. But oh, Sev, he has a good chance, but Punk is a better player, as Big Brother Esports will be the first team to take will be the second team to take the exit from this lobby.
I really wanted to see how Team Xpark got assaulted like that. Clear execution coming in from the side of Celsius. They didn't even allow the side of Team Xpark to put their foot on land, or by the time they could pick up a gun, the team was extinguished. Whereas on the other side, the fight which took place over here, it was just like Big Brothers walked into the jaws of death and just got churned, because the well-composed team has always come on top in this tournament, and that's a good thing to see. And that's what happened over there as well. We saw the way Punk had told his teammates to just relax, wait for the opponents to make a mistake, and when the time was right, the way Punk had rotated around yet again, making sure that he makes his opponents pay. It's a phenomenal gameplay altogether.
Definitely. I would say, like, what a game it turned out to be for so far. Like, Vikendi, it was mesmerizing. It with the circle shifts were some completely which was unknown. I mean, those kind of circles where you get to see 60% of the circle in like favoring the water side. It's difficult to play on as a player if you see it. But again, it's God's Reign against Team Empire, a team in form, getting back-to-back 2 chicken dinners. It will be tough for God's Reign, but also they will be trying to gather as many points as possible because they want to make sure that they qualify for the LAN.
Qualification for the LAN, a big question for fan favorite teams such as Revenant. I would like to add them, and also the side of Team Xbox. Team Empire having a very good run so far. We'll look forward to dominate from here on as well. I think they're going to ease themselves down now because they've already done the job for the day, placed themselves in the top 2 position itself. From here on, try and concentrate to get those 10 or 15 points or an average of 6 to 7 points just to cement themselves. And let me remind you one more thing. They have this last game to play, and if they perform with another 15 pointer, probably they'll be on top of the table by the end of the day itself.
Even as we talk about, a lot of big plays are happening around the corner. As an audience, you can also be a part of a big play as we're expecting because Loco is giving you the opportunity to get the VIP pass for yourself, and you can be that one lucky winner to grab a slot to fly down to the LAN finals of Skyesports Championship in Bangalore, and you can be the one VIP getting all the treatments and having a chance to interact with your favorite players. For that, you need to have your local VIP as well as take part in the VIP contest, which will end on 21st of October, and the one being on the top of the leaderboard of will get the chance to have all the facilities completely sponsored by Loco.
I never knew that you could climb a rock like that. Take support of your teammate and then find those small ridges on which you can climb on and finally get that high ground for yourself. It's interesting to see that teams are actually putting things out in front of us, or laying a foundation for all those classic players to actually get some really good points in the map of SANHOK. Entity, one of those teams to watch out for as well. They need to end this day on a good note. Every single time they're looking forward to get a chicken dinner for themselves. I've seen that several players have always placed themselves in the MVP slot. But as I said, it's not about the teams who are performing well, but rather it's about the teams who need to perform well. One amongst them have already left the lobby, and now we can see another one on our screens.
Revenant Esports, definitely this SANHOK. We've seen Sensei and the others maybe trying to go for the heal battles in the majority of the time. Trying to get those placement points at least for themselves. They have a lot of points to recover if they want to qualify for the finals and, be a part of the LAN in Bangalore. But also another team, Celsius. You can see all the players have got one finish individually against Team Xbox, the drop clash they had faced a few minutes ago. But they've also started climbing up the ladder. They are improving match-wise, but still that kind of confidence that they need to take up those team fights, it's missing a little bit. But I believe that this team has the capability to come up front very nicely, or maybe it will take them a little bit more time to get adjusted with this kind of pro lobby.
Blind Esports. And insider information coming in from Necros that players are not feeling that well. So we'll have to see whether they'll be able to recover in time, because it's all about trying to find that average and trying to stay alive in the overall standing. The final 2 days are still yet to be played, and the most crucial amongst them is got to be tomorrow as well, right? So hoping to see them come back stronger, as Blaze now has a very, very good view on Westgard, but doesn't want to strike them yet. It's not about how many knocks you get, but it's always about how many finishes you can rake up.
Godwin again, they were playing pretty well in the previous match, trying to backstab all, like gatekeep the other teams coming outside of the circle. This time also they're in a sweet spot where they had their drop. They are just staying put in that very same place, while Obey, they had some early frags in the previous match of Vikendi, and this time also they're trying to open up some things against Team Erangel, as it seems, because they've got one frag out of that position. While God's Reign, they do definitely have that kind of idea that Team Empire is just there in the neighboring compounds.
Trigger getting knocked out is a little bit concerning for me, yet again. This is not the first time we are able to see that Trigger is going to be the first person to get knocked out. And probably it's because of the position being held by the side of OGs. We saw, right? We saw Gothrainer having a crosshair towards the side of OGs. Now we saw another team, Obey, also have an idea where OGs are. Nobody challenged them at that boot camp region. So now making it inside the circle with ample amount of loot is going to be something OGs are not going to have problems with. But second circle shift, that's going to be important. Blind versus Godlike, the least expected two teams to take fights over here. Knuckle gets taken on by Jonathan. A good trade coming through. Now Johnny, he knows someone is way too closer with that escape. Well, we'll have to see whether he'll be able to register. No, he doesn't know how to use that shotgun in the close range in specific ways. But on the other side, the push comes in through S-Power. He'll have to do some wonders, as Clutch God will be the last man standing for the side of Godlike as well. S-Power versus Clutch God. The final moments of this game, whose favor is it going to go to, as shots are going to be fired from far away. Espow is going to be pushing in. Clutch God has a vague idea where he is, and he's going to be happy to lay that final finish as well. Godlike survives with 3 finishes, but the story is not yet over, as Revenant, the third-party experts, are pushing in, as Sensa has picked up 2-3 finishes.
This is a kind of game you always expect in the map of SANHOK, that either one of the teams in the neighboring compounds will be trying to come and do the third party against you, but that marks the very end of Team Godlike as well as with Clutch God. It all goes down. Revenant will be cherishing both the finishes that they have acquired from this fight, just by staying in a bit of distance and converting those knocks in their own finish points. But Godlike, all the knockouts that they took against Team Blind were completely taken up and stole by Team Revenant, as it seems, as well as MIDWAVE also joined some pretty good parties out there. But still, you can see the distance fight happening. MIDWAVE, they still have their focus on Revenant side.
Good to see Revenant have got their things sorted. As we can see, one player from Revenant has actually picked up 11 first aids, and his aim is to collect as many first aids as possible. It's all about getting that average, right? Godlike got 3 finishes in their name. A decent 3 finishes, I would like to say. Revenant Esports, if they started clearing off the players who are on the ground, probably that would have been better, since they put down the final player. All the knocks, respective teams.
As it seems, the position, you can see that all the players are trying to have that height to stay to get. They have some info whether any of the teams are holding or maybe up close to themselves, especially God's Reign. They've lost. They have to be much more cautious about not making any wrong move at this point.
Agreed. Many teams need to be cautious right now. Look at this. Each and every team, for the first time in the map of SANHOK, I'm witnessing team who are close to one another are actually taunting one another, forcing each other to kind of burn their resources. And that's one of the ways to play around with the mindset of the opponents. And look at what Celsius and Entity are doing. Have no idea that all the rest of the teams are actually to the epicenter of the circle, and they're trying to play from the corners. Both of them will have ample amount of first aids for themselves. It's clear that both these teams will be aiming for this heal battle. Revenant Esports as well, since they came in for a third party, even they would have got some decent amount of first aids for themselves. All they have to do now is just wait and make sure the other teams fight it out, whenever possible, go in for the heel battle.
That's how it seems. If Celsius had the kind of idea that yes, all the teams will be playing the same game as what they are playing on every